gentlemen, welcome to the 2023 Trackmania World Championship final stage. After over 2 months of grueling competition, it is finally here, Kai. I'm Thomas Mangosi, aka AG Geek, and here is Mr. Kai Ludwig, aka Luckers Turbo. We will be guiding through for this weekend as we witness 8 of the best teams in the world do battle for the first ever duo World Championship title.
Also, welcome from my side, guys. I'm really looking forward to this weekend, also to bring you the best cast possible. And well, I mean, it was a long journey for the teams. It was so long. The start of September, we started with the first kind of event that happened in there. And you can see it there. It was the last chance qualifier, September 9th to 10th, where we had 2 teams that qualified through that. It was Gravity Pivo and also, of course, formerly known as Robbers, but now they have found their org.
Yeah, indeed. That is, we're talking about Team Split, which will be, of course, our opening game versus Solary a little bit later on. But, of course, after the last chance, we had the wildcards, which was probably the most grueling stage of them all. Close to 4 weeks of competition with 32 teams doing battle for the last 8 places remaining in the middle stage, and we saw plenty of amazing performances, such as, of course, from Team Split, but also some of the other entrants, such as Wild, formerly known as Zero Walkers, who have also punched their ticket through that middle stage, which then happened in the middle of October. 16 teams battling their way through that middle stage over the course of 1 weekend to get their spot here in Montpellier for the finals happening from today all the way up until Sunday night. This is going to be quite an amazing competition we're going to have here, and they're going to be battling for quite the prize as well, as there's 25,000 euros worth of cash prize that is going to be put at stake over the course of this weekend. There you can see the points of partition, of course, with the winner coming home with 11,000 euros.
Yeah, and then second place also takes 6,000 up for grabs. Also for third position, 2,300, and then fifth and sixth taking 1,200. And also, if you just attend the event and you made it, I mean, it's very, very hard, as you may have seen it. They also take home 500 euro for their respective team. 40 days after the last event, it has been, and now we're just here, and we will witness top-class Trackmania action. And let's jump to the actual brackets, or to the schedule of this weekend, rather.
Yeah, indeed. We're going to be starting off in about, we're starting off at 4 p.m. Central European time with our opening semi-final that will be over in Group A. 8 teams split into 4 groups. We'll get to witness that in the bracket a little bit. 4 matches today, 4 matches tomorrow as well for the remainder of the group stage, with then the playoffs on Sunday. The Big Daddy, 6 matches to determine who will be the 2023 Trackmania World Champions.
Yeah, we have 13 matches in total, and also here you can see the groups. Group A, we're gonna start also with the first match. It will be Solary versus Split, and then we're gonna jump into Group B, which will be Alliance versus Big, and also KC versus Gamers First. And then the last match of the day will be ITB versus Wild. So those are the 4 matches for today of the groups, and then we're gonna determine who's gonna be in the upper and lower bracket.
Yeah, indeed. This is going to be very, very important, because a victory today is guaranteed at the very least seed 2 of your group, and at the very least a playoff spot up for grabs. Of course, depending on where you end up during the group determines where you get placed up. Of course, seed 1 is going to be having a slightly better advantage and maybe a game of rest a little bit before they make their way onto the stage, whereas those that have come seed 2 and seed 3 are going to have a pretty tough way ahead of them, as they have to battle through the quarterfinals, then the semifinals, and then finally the grand final.
Yeah, so the bracket is a little bit different. We also figured that out on my stream actually just a couple of days ago, because there is 1 match less. So instead of first and second being decided in 1 match, it will actually be like the third. Like if you drop down, if you lose your first match, you can only get top 3 there, and you cannot make it up to the second position anymore. But guys, let's actually see from where are we casting today, because we have also an awesome production behind us. So a huge shout out to them. And look at that. That is the casting booth where Geek and me will be casting just in a couple of minutes.
Our office for the weekend comes to light just as you said those words. And I think we are, without further ado, we have our 2 teams at the ready. So ladies and gentlemen, please make way and make your cheers happen wherever you are, wherever you're witnessing this match in the world, because it's time for the semi-final of Group A, Solary versus Team Split. Carl Jr. and Pac then facing off against Razi and Epos, which is going to make for a pretty interesting game because both of these teams, of course, having very different stories. Solary, of course, coming in onto the stage as part of the, well, of course, the legendary duo that is Carl and Pack.
Yeah, 6 World Championship titles under their belt. You can see it here as well. Carl Jr. from Canada plays with a gamepad. And then we also have Pack playing with Camera 2, has won the World Championship in 2016, playing against the underdogs. Razi and Epos just found themselves an org with Split, so they can see it. Both actually called Roberts, so that's also why they were called robbers beforehand. So a small fun fact there, just to say the least. And let's go ahead and see what they can do, because I think they are the underdogs here. And what do you think? Who's gonna take it here? All right, so let's go ahead and see as we are just booting up the game and joining the server. And I do think that Razi and Epos can definitely win their map picks and can surprise Carl Jr. and Pack, who looked very strong in the qualifier and also took home the first seed there. So let's see how that one goes. As we can also see here, the player stage, Razi and Epos sitting on the right side, and then Carl Jr. and Pack on the left. And also here, there's of course the trophy where we're standing on.
Now, trying to come back onto the point I was trying to make before trying to figure out something. But yeah, Razi and Epos, it's really a Cinderella story, really, because these two came together a couple of days before the start of the first ever World Championship phase, that is to say, the last chance qualifier. And their run has been nothing short of amazing ever since, as they made their way through the qualifiers as the grand favorites and managed to get away with that seed 1 that they really, really wanted. And then, of course, we've had the wildcards where they punched their ticket through with an absolutely dominant victory versus OrgCP Numalops 4-0 in the knockout matches. And then in the middle stage, it was nip and tuck all the way through. There were doubts all over the course of this particular middle stage, and it all culminated in one last match and one last map between BPP and Team Split, going all the way to Game 7. 4-3, the final score at that point, where ultimately Razi and Epos came through and delivered the goods and bagged their spot in Montpellier. And I'm really looking forward to see what this team is going to be able to put on in terms of a show for our first game, because realistically, in terms of the outcome, I don't really know, but might be a little bit one-sided. I don't know about you.
One-sided. I think that they can definitely win their map picks. They had very good performances in those events. They played 12 matches from the last chance qualifier, wildcard, and also the middle stage. So that was just a lot of matches that they have played. So they gained a lot of experience there, but then of course they kind of also had to cope with the pressure. And we've seen the one or another performance that was maybe relied on, maybe crumbling under the pressure there. So let's see if they can do it on stage here, where the stakes are even higher right now. Yeah, this is going to be the big factor. Being on stage is very, very different from competing from the comfort of your own home and from your own bedroom. It is going to be very, very interesting to see how these players cope. Of course, Pack and Carl, we already know they have the experience. They have had that LAN experience. They know how to manage being live on site, whereas people like Razi and Epos, of course, having some experience in actually having taken the victory in the Racers Summit LAN a little bit earlier on this year. As for managing the dynamic of the duo together on stage, this is going to be a whole different kettle of fish compared to solo. Definitely, but you can also just see the titles. I mean, also now coming from Ascension, Carl Jr. with a 2nd place in there, so very good performance just behind Gwen, and then the wheeled player Granadi takes home that 3rd position there, or took home that 3rd position. But I mean, also age 26, 25, they're a bit of the older duo in there. I mean, Razi and Epos also not being the youngest player in that way. But I also see like a kind of shift in generations, because Carl Jr., he got so many second places.
Sort of passing of the torch?
Yeah, so Carl Jr. got so many 2nd places this year. Of course, we have known this Carl Jr. dominance in the last couple of years, but he got 2nd in the Cupra Cup, where he played together with Bren. And he also got 2nd at Ascension now. Definitely not bad results, but back then he just used to win those cups.
Yeah, there was he was basically the one dominant force to be reckoned with here, as as we said, a little bit of a passing of the torch, and it's a really, really great thing to see some of many up-and-coming talents coming up and actually revealing themselves to the world, putting on those kinds of performances with the likes of Razia and Epos, or just to cite another team we're going to be seeing later today, Team Wild, Stufts and Wizzy. Also looking forward to see what they can produce over the course of the weekend here, as the game preparations are still going to get underway. In terms of where do you think, in terms of the predictions, we'll be going to that in a bit. Here is what the bracket for Group A looks like. Solary and Split, of course, our opening game, and then we'll be circling over to Group B before circling back over to Group A for Wild versus Into the Breach, our second game of Group A and the third game of the night.
Yeah, the penultimate game, ITB versus Wild. I really look forward to see how Mime and also his new teammate Afi will play, because Mime looked a bit not hit or miss, but I could really see, like, was he not really that motivated with that kind of teammate? But that is, of course, only an assumption from my side. But also Wild, we have Wizzy and Stufts. Wizzy also playing with from the United Kingdom, and also we have 3 players from the United Kingdom here at this event, which is just very, very cool to see. So there you go. And firstly, let's jump into this match. And before we're gonna jump into it, I want to give a huge shout out to our sponsors, AMD, Alienware, and Caparel. Without your contribution, this event would have definitely not possible. So the World Championship 2023 heavily was contributed by them.
Yeah, a very, very, very big thanks again to those contributors that make this kind of event really possible in the first place. As I think we should get a little bit of our mind's eye into the result of this match. Who do you think is going to be taking it away here? I know that might be coming in as an obvious choice, but let's hear the picks.
I think the match will be closer than we think. Not maybe the score, maybe I think it will be like a 4-1 or 4-2, but I do think that every match will be fought after, so that a team still has the chance to come back and make something happen, because I don't think that we're gonna see a 12-0, so a 4-4 map, or like a 4-round ending map, but we never know. I mean, Carl Jr. and Pack are very fast, their PBs are very good, but what really matters is consistency eventually. So I go with 4-2 for Solary. What is your prediction?
For me, the answer is going to be a little bit more clear-cut. Facing Solary is definitely something that isn't going to happen every day, but also something where you can't. There's actually no ways about it. You're just playing a legendary duo, or arguably the single most legendary duo in the entire game. So I would like to bank on, so I'm banking on the Solary victory, and I would like to bank on a 4-2 score as well, although it will more likely be a 4-1 scoreline.
Okay.
Compared to your prediction, I feel like it's going to be a bit more of a rough going. And also, you can see the predictions on the screen. We do have a third name that just popped up, and it is because, of course, Spam from the Alliance is here on site to cover the event as well. So we're just waving at him in the corner of our eye. But yeah, he's also going to be there, as well as many other streams from the various teams as we're going to be moving into the game proper. If you want to cheer for your favorite player, of course, the team streams are available for your perusal, or if you want to follow along with the main stream, make sure to stay with us, because we're about to get started very, very soon here in this game with the picks and bans set to start in roughly 20 seconds time.
All right, so it will be a bit later, but, you know, firstly, guys, I think that it's also a very, very cool commitment from Spam. Just come to Montpellier, having his own spot. So you love to see that. So huge shout out to him. But also there's plenty of other POV streams. I know that Magi and Lars are also streaming, and also a lot of other people are streaming there. All right, but I do think that we gonna see a lot of close matches. And also what I really like about this weekend is that every match is played after each other. We had it at the middle stage event, that we had a lot of matches happening at the same time, and there were also so many matches, and now we have them all split out, like 4 or 5 matches per day, and that's also just a very good thing, because you can give everything you have into the cast.
Yeah, indeed. This is going to give us a really, really, really packed weekend of action with the way that the schedule has been implemented, as we've seen and alluded to in the introduction, as we are soon getting everybody just making their own picks and bans. This is really the strategic elements that we have here with the 10 map pack. It's going to be making picks and bans very, very key to deciding the potential of challenging the outcome of a particular match that might be written from the beginning.
Exactly. So what do you think? Will we definitely see any map in this match or not? But just before we actually have the pick and ban already starting. So we have Backflip and Twisted being the bans. Backflip being a map that notoriously has been the decider. Edge, a map that had 45 DNFs throughout this middle stage event. Tempest is the first pick from Split, and then we had Edge being the first pick from Solary. Cosmos is also in there, as well as Valley and GeForce. And let's see what other maps will be picked. And let's see what they're doing. Okay, it is maybe, yeah, it's Tubes from Carl Jr. And then the last map will be randomized and Dive will be the decider. So Edge, Tempest, Cosmos, Valley, GeForce, Tubes, and Dive are the maps. Backflip and Twisted are the bans, and Surface not being played.
Yeah, Surface not being played, and yeah, we do see at least one of the 3 maps that were played first over the course of the LCQ seeding, and that being GeForce. This being a split pick is definitely no small information to take in, because this is the map where Epos was showing his real true colors as early as September, with some incredible times posted already within the 112 range before we started to dip into the 111s.
Yeah, and also before the match start, guys, there's also a giveaway from Alienware on their Twitter, so you can check that out as well. But the match will be starting very soon. I'm really hyped to see it, and I hope you guys are as well. So there you can also see the players, Razi and Epos, being very focused, but also, like, you can see the fist bump there as well, the good sportsmanship, like, of course, going into each other, but also the Trackmania players in general today, when we just arrived here, all being so friendly to each other, just like friends that you didn't see for so long.
That sort of atmosphere, this is the sort of atmosphere that you just yearn for, and that you just don't see every day, and only Trackmania can give us those kind of magical moments here, as everybody gathered up here in Montpellier to close off this season of competition and this entire year of Trackmania World Tour competition with the pinnacle of the circuit, the Trackmania World Championship. As we're about to get started here on our first map, that being Edge, a more mini RPG style track in essence, with plenty of transfer jumps that you see right here already in our map preview. That transition from a very, very low jump to a ramp, and then this transfer is also very, very important. About a 270 km/h approach, and then the reverse here before dropping down as we game currently on the live round. First round is underway right here, right now. It's time to let the field loose and go racing. Carl Jr. already having made a little bit of a slip up, thus he will be dropping back down into P4, leaving Pack all on his own to try and battle against Epos and Razi in second and third as we make our way through the jump here into the ramp. Epos trying to carry a little bit more longitudinal speed through the ramp, doesn't really make it pay off so far compared to his countryman Pack, who continues to hold the lead by about 3 to 4 tenths of a second at the split right here, just before the reverse section, marking the start of Sector 2. Then through the hole, making a little bit of a sideways entrance, trying to get ground contact as early as possible before reversing and then catapulting your way through over to the other side of the road. Currently it is Pack, Epos, Carl Jr., Razi, a situation which could net them a round victory for now on this opening round. Epos bonking at the very, very edge of the transfer, trying to go for a move against Pack, but Pack is going to be retaliating instantly to retake the lead away from his fellow countryman Carl. Pack in third place and first place respectively. It will be the victory for Team Solary with the 104.711 to start off.
Not the fastest pace here from the players, but also Carl Jr. coming back from that early mistake, and they can also see now the format being played. So we had a pick and ban before, and if you're not familiar with the format, I want to quickly explain that before the second round will heat up accordingly. We have 7 maps in the map pool that have been decided by a pick and ban phase, and the teams have to win 4 maps in order to win the match. And you have 3 different outcomes in the round. There's an ace, which is first and second, and this will reward your team 3 points. There is a victory, which will reward your team 2 points, and you can cede 1 point to the opponent, which is first and third, and second and fourth respectively. And also draw, which is first and last, or second and third respectively. And in this case, you have to gain 10 points in order to win this map, and 4 maps to win the match. And we can see Carl Jr. and Pack with a very good start, being quite comfortably ahead by 0.5 of a second. Razi, however, can still do some damage, didn't get the best speed, still made that clear speed check, but had low RPM, so he will lose more and more speed. Pack and Carl Jr. hand in hand here, going into the kind of identity, but this map doesn't really have an identity, just this mini RPG style that I really like, and Pack and Carl Jr. certainly like it here as well, as they will go into the finish here. And let's take a look onto the times. Carl Jr. will clock in a 0.79, and Pack drives a 0.86. That is roughly 0.8 away from the world record, so not the fastest pace, but it's enough to do the work.
I think we are right in the ballpark of like the round pace that we usually see in live rounds here on Edge, where we're more hovering around the 0.6, 0.7 on a regular basis, with good times starting in the 0.4 to 0.3 range, but then once you dip below the 0.2 range, this is when it starts to get insanely fast. Unfortunately for Razi, a little bit of a clip just before the jump to mark checkpoint 2 sees him respawn, and as a result, we're already down 1 man on the side of Split, as Epos is going to have a little bit of a struggle ahead of him to keep up the pace with the 2 Solary cars, currently trying to keep himself right on the trail of Pack, currently trying to hang around his rear bumper as Carl Jr. decides to check out a little bit up front as we're moving through the reverse sector there before dropping down the hole, making yourself set up for the red booster, catapulting your way through once again up the road into the start of Sector 3 and this very, very important transfer where we saw Epos go really, really low, trying to make a move on Pack, but it did not really work out this time. It won't work out this time either, as Pack has the leading gap to really manage the race from his second place and make sure that it is the very, very first ace. I spoke way too soon. The entry was completely messed up on the side of Pack, did not get the proper angle to get the wall hug that you need to send you right that right-hand corner, and thus Epos will be able to get 1 point out of that particular round. And yeah, that was a second ace for Solary that was getting denied there.
Yeah, so very important that they denied that ace, but also even more important for Pack that he didn't have to respawn, because there's a speed check after that and you need to hold some speed. So it is Pack staying on the track, but it's another victory for Solary, 1 ace away of winning that first map, and it could be a 4-round ender here, but we can see Razi and Epos not making a mistake this time around, but they're already a bit further behind. It is Epos trying to chase them, going for a wider approach there, but it doesn't really pay off too much for him. Carl Jr. and Pack with a very good jump there, but also Epos had it really good, coming closer to the 5-time world champion from Canada. Also had a very good performance at the Ascension tournament where he got that second place. Let's see if he can also hold on that second position here and make it a clear deal on this map, as Epos is trying to chase down Razi with a respawn. You can see it in the top right in the feed, just below the sponsor banner. And it seems like Carl Jr. and Pack will take it if they survive it, but it's too early to say. We have seen a mistake from Pack, but also a good time from Carl in the last one, and let's see if they can replicate the mistakes or the good times. I do think it will be the good times, and also map 1 being done, a 0.5 and a 0.6 from Pack and Carl, and there you go. 4 rounds and map 1 is over. Solary winning their first pick.
Solary winning their first pick with a very, very expeditive 4-round procedure there on the score of 10-2. That is a solid way to get your Best of 7 series underway, as we will be getting onto the split pick, which is going to be Cosmos of memory. And yeah, Cosmos also a very, very interesting map with the top-down view perspective on the identity, as well as part of the first sector that we'll get to witness in a little bit. And yeah, also a map that can also have a few surprises in store when it comes to attacking the third and final sector. A good potential for overtaking opportunities as players try to go all out with absolutely nothing to lose.
Yeah, but it actually is Tempest for now.
Oh, sorry.
By the looks of it. So Cosmos will not be played just yet, but that it is what it is. You can sometimes get it wrong, but also Tempest is not a map that like, it's kind of comparable with Cosmos, because you have you can push a lot. Maybe the gears are a bit different on that map, but here you can see the identity where you have to flip. And also with icy tires, it's harder to control your car in the air, and if you jump too far up, you're gonna get a slow-mo effect and lose even more time. So let's jump into the first round on Tempest, a map where I can really see a lot of close fights. Stuft had a very good time during the middle stage with a 108.225. We see this world record being in the books for now, but I think after 40 days, I mean, it can be beaten. So this was the pick from Split, and let's see if they can redeem themselves. They look very strong here, but we already see the first mistake from the red team. It is Epos completely making a mistake and is 3 seconds behind. Goes for the double respawn, and also we see 2 slides out here. Pack and Razi both sliding out. Only Carl Jr., the only player left alive, and this is a complete mess of a round right now, but it looks like Solary will take another victory, but no, Pack, no with the best gear, going to the ice, but also Epos with a good approach. Let's see what the 2 players from the United Kingdom can do. Razi still on second place, Carl Jr. on first, but the battle for third has not been decided just yet. Pack going to the identity first. Epos with a good approach here. Pack very low, but Epos will have more speed by the looks of it. No, not yet, because the boost is coming up after. Pack jumping so close there. Carl Jr. winning the round with a 108.86, being 0.6 away from the world record. Pack on third, and Epos is getting last. So very messy round. A lot of mistakes have happened, and Solary taking another victory.
Yeah, very messy round, and also mixed fortunes on the ice slide section just after the first jump spin, where unfortunately Pack had basically the grip stall and basically completely lose all the grip and sliding out all the way to the side where there's a little bit of a gap where your car can fall through, forcing him to double respawn, whereas Razi managed to come away the better for wear in that case, managing to retain that second position, allowing Split to get at the very least 1 point on the board as we get started here with round number 2 on Tempest. Pack assuming the lead at the end of Sector 1 just before the first jump spin. He's going to go toe-to-toe with Razi. Epos in third, Carl going very low at the first jump spin in 4th position, trying to carry a little bit of time back through that jump spin. Now moving on to the ice slide right there. This is where Razi hit the flagpole on the inside, going very close, but this time nose has been kept clean. Nothing has been touched so far. Pack still holding onto the lead. Epos and Razi trying to tandem this together, trying to mount a joint attack on Pack's first place as we're currently still following the perspective of Carl, giving us a good perspective of what's happening up ahead. Pack still leading at the splits ahead of Razi and Epos in second and third, and it looks as though the Englishman has got this round under lock and key. Whoa, Carl going solo at the first of the 2 identity jump spins right there, still going neck and neck with the split duo. My goodness, perfectly judging the rotation and sniping both Razi and Epos for second position, and thus getting the ace with a .245 on the side of Pack. We're only 2 rounds in.
What an overtake from Carl Jr., topping it off with .02 away from the world record there from Pack. You cannot really gain too much in the identity, but Carl Jr. showed us how much you can gain. This was 2 perfect jumps from him. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is the World Championship 2023. This is match number 1. Solary already showing some magic, and let's jump into round number 3. Split with no chance on their first pick as Carl Jr. finds himself in the lead. Pack is on second place, and another great jump there from Carl Jr. opens it up accordingly, but Pack has more speed. Epos with the first respawn, the first couple of respawns, because he might have not had the best respawn there. So you can also double respawn or single respawn, and if you just crash and don't have a good respawn, it's sometimes worth to just start from 0 kilometers per hour. But right now, he needs to rely on his teammate Razi, who has a very good backward section, also good turnaround. But after seeing those identities from both Pack and Carl Jr., I do think it will be very hard to beat them, but we see Pack with a mistake, having to respawn. Carl Jr., however, still in the lead, and we're gonna check in on Pack in a second as he gets overtaken by Epos. But let's see, what time will Carl Jr. drive? Just a .45, not too bad, not too bad. Pack had to respawn again. Epos will get third by the looks of it. Yes, he will, and Pack on fourth, so that is the first draw of this matchup.
Yeah, first ever draw of this matchup, as so far we've only seen victory and aces, and yeah, Carl Jr., we're basically just scuffing at .4s, but you gotta keep it in mind. This is 2/10 away from the fastest time that you see on the top left corner of the screen. So there is still a lot of pace that is being shown right now by the Solary guys on their first entry into this final stage, heading into round number 3 now. Razi going very, very low on the second apex there of that ice slide, trying to get a better setup for the wall ride, but is super slow at the exit, so he ends up getting shuffled to the back of the field in P4. Currently Pack leading ahead of Epos and Carl Jr. second and third place. Razi right at the coattails of Carl Jr.'s third place, sitting at the last place in the standings. And Razi trying to carry a bit more speed through the first jump spin. Doesn't make the move stick quite just yet on the Canadian, as we're moving on to the ice slide right now, followed by this little dirt patch to get your tires defrosted and make sure that the ice goes away to regain the grip. Pack, Epos, Carl, 1, 2, 3. Carl managing to finally get third place secured for the time being, as Razi is going to have to try and pull out all this stuff to catch up. That was such a close trigger to the checkpoint as well, with the right rear on the side of Razi carrying a lot of longitudinal speed through the first jump spin, but it's not really going to pay off as Carl is now making a move on Epos for second position. Can Epos retaliate? The answer is going to be a no, as Carl manages to get the better landing from the last jump. .34 from Pack. Carl 3/10 down, just a few hundreds ahead of Epos, but it's the second ace here in this map. 9-2. We're already on map point number 2 here for Solary.
Split needs to act now. Solary only needing 1 point, and you also get 1 point if you're just getting second, and your team is gonna get beaten in that round. So Solary, only one member has to survive, but after seeing that very great performance and also solid and consistent performance from Pack and Carl Jr., I do think that they will not take longer than 1 or 2 rounds for that, as Carl Jr. is on a great start already, 0.1 ahead of Razi, the Croatian, who finally found a teammate. He played with Tricky in the regionals at the start of the year, but then decided to play the last chance qualifier together with Epos, and they made it where they played against formerly known Airwalkers, now of course joining Wild. They played in one group against each other and we had great matches there, but they have to perform. They need to get that ace in this round to have a chance to win their map pick. But it looks like Carl Jr.'s long gone. Razi with good speed, but Carl Jr. has to be beaten by both Epos and Razi, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Epos jumping so far again, having a good approach and a good amount of speed, but still traveling so much distance, and I don't think it will be enough though, because Carl Jr. will win the round. Pack had to respawn, but as I said, one member is enough in this case. You can play it not like rather consistent. I mean, Pack made a mistake in this way, but Carl Jr. winning the round, so it is done, a done deal, and Solary leads 2-0.
Another expeditive victory on the side of Solary to really assert their position and make their intents clear in this final stage, that they're here to win. They're absolutely here to go for the overall title, as we're going to be getting onto our next map here in a little bit, which will be Cosmos this time. So I was predicting Cosmos maybe one map too early, but we got there eventually. So yeah, indeed, Cosmos, a map that we've alluded to a little bit beforehand, with a top-down point of view identity that we'll get to see maybe here on this particular presentation, as it seems as though we might be getting a little bit of delay.
A pause, just a pause here by the looks of it, as yeah, I want to also talk a little bit about Cosmos, because this map had a sign, an AMD sign, that was consisting of plastic, and with this plastic sign you could hit it to give you a very good angle and make it through with more speed. So this has been patched out. We see the world record from Gwen being a 1:12.886. That is a very good time here from Gwen. Also a small reference for you guys at home. It is 10 seconds from checkpoint before the identity towards the ending. So that is a kind of reference point that you can just take into consideration, as the race will be starting very soon here. But Razi and Epos losing their first pick. So what does that do to a team? Because usually you think you're advantageous on your pick. Usually the win rate on your pick is like 60 to 70%. Now you lost it, so what is your mindset now going into the second pick from your opponents if you're 2-0 behind, Geek?
Well, for me, it definitely brings a big dent into the morale of the troop if you're really, really hoping to capitalize on that opening map. But I feel like this could also be, it could have a double side. It could be either really, really tanking your morale, making so that you just can't get back up from that, as we seem to have had during the past, as we can also see it having the other effect where it can actually kickstart a remontada.
Yeah, I do think so as well. It could really be the start of something good here for them. I mean, they only took a draw so far as their best result in the rounds. They had 2 of them, but they need to win those rounds. They need to get first and third. It doesn't seem to be like enough to just beat either Carl Jr. or Pack in those rounds, but that's what they have to do. Maybe it will happen on Cosmos or some of the other maps, but Tempest was such a good map for Split, for Razi and Epos, also during the previous event. That's what I wanted to say.
During the middle stage.
Yeah, middle stage. I want to say mid-season, but no, it's middle stage.
It is indeed the middle stage, where they were looking to be very, very competent here on Tempest, which led to that very, very famous showdown between Razi Epos and Lego Impostito Paco during that final game of the middle stage. I think it was the lower bracket semi-final, something like that, if I recall correctly.
Because the lower bracket final then determined the seed of the team in what group they will play against. They play that against Big, who also dropped into the lower bracket there, and that was also a great match. But yeah, Paco and Lego, definitely, I do think that they can do some great times and also some great events, and the events that might happen next year as well.
Who knows?
Who knows, who knows, yeah. So I think the technical difficulties will be resolved very soon, as we still have a small pause. But there you go, the match resumes, and let's go into the first round here on Cosmos. Carl Jr. and Pack are leading 2-0 against Razi and Epos.
All right, here we go then for the opening round here on Cosmos with that drop down into the plastic around 180 kilometers per hour. I've figured out that you need actually to be able to drop down consistently and get the proper landing on the other side. Then this hairpin, where we saw plenty of slowdowns over the course of this competition, and already we see Epos streak ahead, managing to keep the gear all the way through, going over the plastic. There are 2 schools of thought. Either you can go through the uphill plastic or try to go for the side jump, but the side jump doesn't really pay off that much, as we're going through that first top-down view with the currently POV car centered in the screen, highlighted by the red circle. through that first sector we go, and Razi going very, very slow to that left-hander, thus sending back down to P4 as we see Epos, Pak and Karl 1, 2, and 3 streaking away from the Croatian player currently sitting in the field as we're sitting 1/10 apart from first to third, and then further 5/10 down we find Razi here, start of sector 3, that little section there which has been revamped because of the plastic sign that you've alluded to a little bit earlier on. Now onto the water bounce. Then you have to do a little bit of Scandinavian flick. Just flick the car all the way to the right-hand side and try to scrub the tires as much as possible so you can regain the grip as soon as possible. And now to the identity, the S chicane through this top-down section. Epos, Karl, and Pak. It will be Epos, Pak, and Karl in that order, and Epos signing a 1:13.411, 1/10 ahead of his fellow compatriot, and it will be a draw to kick things off.
Very good time from Epos, but also Epos showed a very good performance on this map beforehand in the other events as well, and now redeeming himself. We've seen a mistake from Razi, but also another one here, another small mistake though, so he's not that far behind. But you were mentioning this slowdown here. It's actually it's a gear that you have to hold, so it's gear number 3 in this case. Oh no, actually, yeah, it's gear number 3, and then you want to howl it up and don't want to gear up into 4th gear. So it's quite tricky to do. Also, this bug slide there that you can do. We have seen Soldier going for that. Instead of a jump, he went for a bug slide, but it's the best way to just do a no jump there. And look at that. Pak and Karl Jr. already leading, but I do think that the world record, it's a very hard nut to crack, but I don't want to say that against someone like Pak and Karl Jr., who are just insanely fast. They're always there to spring a world record or even 2 in a match, and they are leading quite comfortably. Razi made that mistake at the start, lost roughly 0.3 of a second. Pak in the lead. Karl with a small drift there by the looks of it to just get a better approach in this sector, and look how much he came closer with that. 0.1 of a second of an advantage for Karl compared to his teammate. Let's take a look onto the checkpoint. It's a 1:03.24, so he can gain a bit of time. 9.8 to 10 seconds is the identity in length, so Pak can set a low 1:13 time here by the looks of it. Karl Jr. also stays in there, and there you go, 1:13.17, solid time from Pak, and there you go, it is the ace for Solary, so it's 4-1, and let's see how well they can play the format.
All right, round number 3, here we go then, in the very, very stout time on the side of Pak with a 1:13.1 indeed. And I'm going to start taking your cue there for the checkpoint before the identity to kind of like give a ballpark of where we might be landing up in terms of round times. In the meantime, heading into this round, following the perspective of Pak through this hairpin, no engine left in the running, and you can see Razi going way out wide and thus penalizing his speed almost immediately before getting back down through the checkpoint, and thus he will be left out of contention for having a significant impact here on this round. It will be Pak, Epos, Karl in that order, 1, 2, 3, and Pak having built up a gap of almost 0.4 of a second over the course of this first sector. Karl and Epos going head-to-head, wheel-to-wheel through this middle sector. Now it is a very, very important cover because it's a bit of a blind approach, quote-unquote, here through that plastic, and also the plastic exit is very, very important as it conditions this little chicane before the react boost part, which follows at 90 right, and now into the start of sector 3. This drop down onto the plastic there, and a huge clip by the right rear of Karl Jr., forcing the Canadian to respawn. Epos gets promoted up into second position as a result of this mishap from Karl. Pak still ahead by quite a ways, 1:03.125. We could be headed for a 1:03.0 if Pak manages to get a sub 10-second identity. Will this be the case at the finish line? The answer is a yes, with a .944 signed by the Englishman ahead of Epos by 0.6 of a second. Karl Jr. in third ensures the victory goes the way of Team Solary.
So sometimes those third or fourth positions are really important. As you can see there, Karl Jr. winning that individual fight. Razi not being able to continue the round there. I hope everything is fine on his end. And Pak with a very good time, 1:12.94. Just a couple of hundreds away from Gwen's really strong world record. I talked to some of the players beforehand, and they were saying, I'm just quoting, this world record is really strong. So Pak already coming very close, and this also gives an outlook what players have to beat to become and also beat the world champions of Trackmania. Karl Jr. winning it 5 times on Pak in 2016. But let's firstly see what Split can do against them, because they are quite far behind. Also Epos in this round, not with the best start, being 0.3 behind and still holding on. But Karl Jr. and Pak just are on another level. Quarter of a second of a gap towards Razi, who's on third position, didn't make a mistake, and maybe it's already the time that we will say bye-bye to the world record from Gwen. But look at that, Razi coming back. Also those individual battles do decide. A world record doesn't matter if your team does not decide it, and Pak is so far ahead. Look at that, 50.25 as a checkpoint there, and let's see what his checkpoint before the identity will be. Very good line there from Pak. Can he beat it? It is a 1:03.8 0.11 with a very good identity. Maybe he can, but Epos and Carl Jr. are battling out for second position. Carl Jr. is right now getting overtaken. Good drift there. Epos will still stay ahead. Pack with a mistake. Epos will overtake. Razi will overtake as well. And it will be the first victory for Split.
Oh, such a painful way to lose the round as well, like that, with that little touch at the grandstand there, at the bottom of the grandstand, past the final corner, and then following that by a corkscrew flip, by just clipping the edge of the barrier. That is such a sad way to lose a surefire victory and bin 2 points, giving it to the opponents as we're moving our way into this next round. We are indeed on map point on the side of Solary, which do need an ace to conclude it, but they are going to be making quick work to make sure that this scenario is making a possibility a reality. Razi already making the job a lot easier for Solary, as he had that little touch at the apex there of that little right-hander just before the jump into that first top-down part. It will be Pack, Carl, Epos, 1, 2, and 3, separated by 0.2 of a second, with the Solary duo just tandeming this together, keeping each other nose to tail, and trying to pull a little bit of a gap on Epos, but that was a really bad exit from the start of Carl Jr. on the plastic part, but Epos trying to go a little bit too tight, and being a little bit too greedy there on that particular 90 right-hander uphill, and so he will be kind of penalizing himself in that Sector 3 as he's finding himself 4/10 down from the leader, and further a 10th down from Carl Jr. as we see Pack crossing with a 0.192 once again, coming onto the identity. Will he be able to right the wrong of the previous round here at the final corner? Carl under threat from Epos for second position. The answer is going to be a no. 0.057 for Pack, winning ahead of Carl Jr. by 4/10, managing to stay ahead for just a few hundreds, but just enough to guarantee the ace. It is 10-4 for Solary at the end of map 3.
Wow, what a great performance from Pack on this map, just setting 113 low times, if we exclude that one mistake where he was probably risking
112.9s even.
Yeah, when he wanted to risk it there, and also that 112.9 from him. So great job. Pack looking very, very good on this map. Also Carl Jr. on there. And now we go to a map, Valley, which is loved by Berlin International Gaming, who we're going to see after that playing against Alliance. So this is also a very cool map, a very nice scenery here as well, but also an identity that is not that easy, because you have a kind of unique effect combination that you have to take, jump through those gates where you're gonna reset into freewheel, and then you have to do a 180-degree turn, and there you go. Solary looking strong, 3 points for them, and they only have to win one more map to win their first match of this World Championship offline final.
All right, here we go then. Round 1 here on Valley. It will be a packed start with Razi, Epos, Carl, and Pack all grouped together. Now moving through this first reactor boost part, marking the end of sector number 1. The Brave go for the full inside line as Razi tried to do so, but he landed a little bit sideways and touched with the right rear of the wall, which is definitely going to be compounding his efforts down the drain. Epos, in the meantime, in stark contrast, takes the lead away from the Solary duo and pulls a gap of almost 4/10 of a second before this high-speed jump through the ring where you try to set yourself up to the for the left-hander that comes up next through this dirt part, and now onto sector number 3, jumping there over onto this very, very tight box slide section. A little bit of a wall touch, maybe that was just a little bit of an optical illusion on the side of Carl Jr. Moving up into second place, Epos leading by about 4/10 of a second through the identity. The first goalpost jump passes clean for the top 3. Epos still leading by about 4/10 of a second. Heading into the second jump, Epos manages to get a low line on the landing, but does not manage to make it stick, and thus gives up the round win and gifts the ace on a silver plate to Solary with a .247. That could have been such a stout time from the Englishman as well, from Epos. Could have been a 107 in my book.
This was a 107. It was a .20 checkpoint just before the first identity jump. That's another instance, and we have seen it there. The one moment where Granadi and Epos were playing against each other, Granadi was .3 ahead and Epos was still able to catch up. There we have seen 2 world records in one round where Granadi tied the former said world record, but this counts in my book. As Solary takes that ace due to Epos' insane risk there, he was going for it. Maybe even a .7 would have been the case if he just survived that. Pack and Carl Jr. both with great times in the previous rounds. A .24 there from Pack. I think that's his new match PB, because I don't think that Solary played this map, if I recall it correctly, maybe once or twice, but they have also, of course, practiced the maps, and Epos is again cooking. He is on a great time. Look how far ahead he is, .4 of a second. His teammate Razi makes a mistake, but let's take a look into the checkpoints here after this turnaround. He had a .20 beforehand, and it seems like Epos lost a bit of time, but still looking quite strong. At .39, Pack came closer, but still this could be another great time from Epos as he jumps so close there. Pack making a mistake himself and has no speed. Razi will overtake him here, and we see the fight Carl Jr. versus Apples, but Apples is too far behind to get overtaken with a mistake. But Razi now with the respawn. Let's see the time from Apples. What time will it be? Just a 0.05, just 7 thousandths away from the world record. Yeah, why not? Insane time there from Epos, and I do think that he can perform really well on this map, but he also needs his teammate, who was 7 seconds behind in this round, to perform, that they can win their second map pick.
Yeah, this is a bit of an unfortunate one here for Split, as Epos is clearly giving it his all and just playing out of his mind, as we're seeing, unfortunately, Razi not really able to be quite up to snuff when it comes to actual survival rate, because the main name of the game here is going to be to keep your nose clean over the course of the entirety of the match. We've seen him did a couple clean rounds in, but unfortunately it's not quite enough for the Croatian to really be able to make a significant impact on the outcome of the rounds. And unfortunately, case in point, that little clip just before the reactor boost part on the side of Razi is going to be further hampering Split's chances of coming away with a realistic chance of trying to take a map away here from this series realistically, as we see Epos and Carl going toe-to-toe, wheel to wheel for the lead in this round, with Pack a little bit further behind. I think as a more of an independent adjudicator and for even further removed from that scene due to that bug slide, which looked a lot slower than it first seen. 7/10 of a second conceded as Carl makes the first move through the first part of the identity. Doesn't really make it work quite far, and Epos barely grazes the wall, slowing him down just enough to warrant a respawn. Gifting yet the second ace here for Solary with a .308 on the side of Carl, 3/10 ahead of Pack. 1 ace left to make this a clean sweep.
Players were comparing their PBs beforehand, but what eventually matters is the consistency. Pack and Carl Jr. have that ongoing, but also they have insane pace, but only being 0.25 away from Epos' world record. So very nice. It is match point already. Epos with a respawn, and this is not a good way to start this World Championship offline finals here for Split, as this match could be over in just 33 minutes for them. But we see Pack giving them another chance. Pack with a mistake, fully making a mistake, and just lost all of his speed. So he's behind. Razi is on second place right now. Carl Jr. is on first. But the question is, can Razi also hold it on? Because Epos made a larger mistake, so if Razi respawns and Pack can overtake Razi in the meantime, the match will be over. And, well, let's first take a look what Carl Jr. can do. Razi with a good turnaround, but eats the inside of the wall, so he slows down quite a bit. Not the best pace in this round, but as I said, pace does not win matches. It is consistency. You can win the occasional round, even with a world record, but that doesn't win you a match or a map. So Carl Jr. quite far ahead. Also, Razi will survive, so he will seal the deal and at least get his team 1 point. But Solary now only in need of 1 point. Or maybe it will be 2, depending if... What is... Why? Huh?
That's odd.
Okay. Wasn't Razi just on his way to the finish like this, and then he respawned? Or what happened?
I wonder if he felt like he did not have enough speed to actually make it to the finish line, because it's all freewheel. If you learn with not enough speed, you could just slow down. But yeah, that seems very odd to me. I legitimately don't understand what just happened there. Yeah. But we're just gonna be continuing.
We took it for granted.
We took it for granted, but I think it just goes to show, as I ever so often say, anything can happen in Trackmania, and it usually does. So we should be going on to the next round, expecting maybe the unexpected, but so far it's going to be Carl Jr. making sure that the unexpected doesn't happen for Team Solary. Pack going toe-to-toe with Epos for second position. Razi currently sitting in P4 in hot pursuit as we're moving through the second sector pretty quickly here, pretty briskly. Now offset to the right-hand side through the ring to make sure you get the perfect setup for this long left-hander in the dirt, where you manage to slow down quite significantly there. Now onto the jump into this tight bug slide, going a little bit too out on the side of Pack, but the scenario is a little bit more palatable on the side of Team Solary with Carl Jr. especially. 4/10 clear of Epos, making his way through the identity and barely clipping the side of the first goalpost, so that will for sure seal a victory and potentially gift the ace. Third ace being gifted away on the side of pass lead to Solary. Let's see what the time will be for Carl Jr. It is indeed a new world record. I was being pointed at that time by my fellow co-caster Kai, but yeah, 1:07.916, and it's only match 1 of day 1.
Carl Jr. ending it there with a very good time, so GG's to Solary. What a great performance from Carl Jr. and Pack there. Just finding the right formula between pace and consistency. So 4-0, look at that. And well, this was match number 1 of this rather, I would say, like average sized evening when it comes to length, because we have only 4 matches today. We will have 4 matches tomorrow and then 5 on Sunday. So the first match is in the books, and we're gonna have ITB versus ITB will be playing at 7, but this is the second match of Group A. We will have Alliance versus Big happening very soon. So Solary already secured at least top 2 in their group in Group A. The question is who will join them for tomorrow's first game. Will it be ITB or Wild? We're gonna figure that out today as well, because we still have those 3 matches that you have seen on your screen after that.
All right, well, thoughts on that match? A little bit expected outcome, but we were all giving a little bit of hope to Split, but unfortunately, that hope hasn't really come to fruition. They were really giving it their best shot, especially Epos, cooking some insane rounds that could have bore fruit to a potential new world record before Solary came in and snatched the prize for themselves. But yeah, ultimately, facing off against a legendary duo such as Carlin Pack is always going to be a tough proposition.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, those are the 6 times world champion, if you just include all the titles, have played so many tier 1 competitions and just dominated, or at least made it into the final. But guys, we're gonna take a small break, and then we're gonna be back for the second match of this evening. And we are back with this second match of this evening. Also a very, very close one will come into play now. I mean, the first match was 4-0, but I do think the first match is always something that is very hard to play on stage, and I do think that Split can bounce back from that. Now we have Alliance versus Berlin International Gaming, a match that I really look forward to. I think we're going to have a thrilling fight between them. They already met, quite long ago, I would say, where they played the final in the second season of the Trackmania Ground League.
Yeah, and those two teams have had some somewhat. They have had a bit of a similar story, actually, in this Trackmania World Tour. Alliance kicked off 2023, Stage 1. They managed to make it through to the playoffs, didn't manage to make a pretty deep playoff run at that point. As for Big, unfortunately, they did not make it through. But then, Stage 2, we saw two completely different teams, starting with Alliance. The reigning TMGL champions, they've won Stage 2 of 2023. Mudda and Solja playing gamepad and keyboard, both with Camera 1. Mudda, of course, his second TMGL championship title in the books, having won the Spring 2022 title in an intense grand final versus Carl Jr.
Match of the year.
And having participated in last year's World Cup as well, coming away with a podium spot, actually. And for Solja, the Stage 2 title was his very first TMGL title in the books, after having won in the feeder category as well, the Trackmania Challenger League back in the spring of 2022 as well.
Yeah, there he has qualified after a long fight just of qualifying, and then he has found himself a good teammate with Solja. On the other side, we have the team from Germany. We have Berlin International Gaming, a team that I think can win the World Championship. And Massa and Granadi are playing in a team and also having a manager by the name of Amaterasu, who's also on stage. So you might see him as well. But speaking about the World Championship, or just the TMGL title, wow, this match between Mudda and Carl Jr. back then was amazing. So maybe we're going to see a replica of this one. But Granadi, having 30,000 of esport earning, a Cinderella story from him, started competitive Trackmania in Stadium in 2019, and from that just improved and improved, and his last recent results were just amazing, where he got second in Ascension, second in TMGL Season 2, and also second in Magi Mondays as well, Season 1.
And also second at XP Evo in Cologne on home ground, on the line on home ground. And the wheelman from Germany, the wheelman himself indeed, partnering Mr. Massa, gamepad player, Camera 1, an absolute legend in the scene, having participated. I think I dare not try to count the World Championship that he's taken part of, but he's been a long-standing member of the Big family as well. Best in TMGL, of course, last time around in Stage 2, where they came second best to a fired-up Alliance, and best placing in the World Championship came back in 2016, where he reached the grand final.
Yeah, and also Massa just turned 29 just a couple of days ago, so also not the youngest player in this way. We have a lot of young players, Otak, for example, being 18, Stufts being 18 as well, but it is just great to see that still with that, like, for esports, like high age, he still plays competitive and also keeps on improving and improving. He comes from a tech background, has played a lot of World Championships, or formerly known as World Cups in that way, and just found himself also learning multi-style and just playing really well. So huge shout out to Massa, who just lives his second spring, I would say.
Indeed. Speaking of shout-outs as well, we have also, of course, to shout out our wonderful partners here in this 2023 Trackmania World Championship, that being AMD, Alienware, and Caporal. And with their gracious and really, really essential contribution, events like this are made possible. So a big thank you again to those partners for making this 2023 World Championship the way that it is. As you can see, we already got kitted out with on the caster desk there, and there also is going to be a Alienware giveaway over on their Twitter. Make sure to check that out whenever you can. In the meantime, well, we're getting closer to game time here, Kai.
We're looking close to the game time indeed. Well, I mean, we have Spam being from Alliance, and let's actually take a look onto the predictions from the casters, because we had a split.
Slight
discrepancy there of predictions, because I do think also after seeing Granadi's performance just at XP Evo, which we were casting as well, and also in all the other events, Granadi just improving and improving. I do think that they are going to win this match. Also, Massa looking very strong. They don't have the fastest times per se, but their consistency is there. I just referred to the 3% crash rate from Granadi after, I think it was even day 2 or day 1. He hardly crashed in the middle stage, and that was just a great performance.
All right, well, with all that out of the way, let's take a look at the pick and ban stage here for this game between Big versus Alliance. First ban will be coming on the way of Big, and it will be Surf. One of the 3 maps from the LCQ seeding will be completely discarded and going out of the way on the side of Big. Then on the side of Alliance, we will be banning Edge up next. As for the rest of the picks, we'll be following up with a pick that we haven't seen that much as opening maps, Backflip.
Yeah, Backflip will be the first map being picked by Moda here. A map that usually has been the decider, but also Edge and Surf being a ban. Edge was usually one of the decisive maps, and now there you can see it. I already mentioned when we have seen Valley. Valley is a very, like, one of the favorite maps, if not even the favorite map from Big, just being very comfortable on it. And now we also see Tempest as the second pick from Moda and his teammate. So Moda and Soldier are the top seed, so that's why they're able to pick the map first. Alright, let's see. What will the next map be, as we're slowly but surely waiting, but teams have 1 minute time to decide what map they're going to pick. But we still have Cosmos, GeForce, Twisted, Dive, and Tubes in there. Cosmos and Twisted being more tech-heavy. GeForce, I would love to see that map. It's very hard to do, and I also think that the world record from Stufz can be beaten on this map. But also Dive. Wow, we have seen great performances there from Pag and also from Hippos on this map so far.
Yeah, indeed. And Mad Dive is also a map that we haven't really seen being played all that much over the course of the World Championship as a whole. As, yeah, it seems to be one of the more left-aside maps in the picks and bans, as GeForce will be the pick from Big side. Now moving on to the third and final salvo of picks for maps 5 and 6. This time it will be Alliance who will be taking their sweet time to ponder the thoughts with basically just the map pack shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. Your options for surefire picks are slowly waning out. In the meantime, map 5 picked by Alliance will be Twisted, the map of 1,000 corners, as I like to call it. Very, very tech-heavy map, as we're going to be moving on to our last pick here before the decider gets randomly selected, and it will be on the side of Big to decide which map 6 will be.
Yeah, so Cosmos, Dive, and Tubes still in there. Tubes has been a map actually quite interesting. Had a 40% pick, like if you pick this map, the teams who pick the map wanted 40%. So that is not too much. It will be Cosmos as the penultimate map and Dive the decider. So Tubes is being left out. So we start things off on Backflip. We have seen a new line from Big. Let's see if they're gonna utilize that as well. I'm hyped for this match, and I do think that we will not see a 4-0 in this one. It will be a 4-3 in this way for Berlin International Gaming. What is your prediction, Tom?
I have to concur with that particular assessment. I also think it's going to be a very, very close fight, but ultimately Big having the edge with a 4-3 scoreline.
Yeah, so let's see. As you can see, players warming up. Amaterasu in the background. Also just taking notes or just reading out the notes, the knowledge, which is really important. Those small things can make the difference. So a coach is probably the new meta in Trackmania, and you love to see it. So if a coach is there, he's allowed to be on stage as well. So that is lovely to see. Also that Amaterasu attended this event. A very good friend of mine. Lovely to see him there. Also there you can see the players warming up again. Of course, Granadi with this kind of aggressive steering movement. Warming up, and also let's go with the match starting very soon, Tom.
Yeah, indeed. First map, of course, as we alluded to, will be Backflip. I'm very curious to see if we're going to be seeing that new line from Big here that you've alluded to a little bit earlier on. And yeah, this map is always a little bit of, we call it the fiesta in the Trackmania lingo, because we've had quite our fair share of surprises over the course of this map being played, in particular with the layout that you're about to see on your screen, with one backflip marking at the end of sector number 1 to give you a little bit of taste of what's to come at the Identity, with the absolute chain of backflips that you have to perform and have to get the landing absolutely precise so that you can actually have enough speed to make it through that final jump into the finish line. And yeah, also a speed check section midway through Sector 2 that can also catch a few drivers out, even the best.
Yeah, even the best. It's very important to get that momentum going and not flip out. As we're starting with that first round here between Berlin International Gaming and Alliance, a German-based org versus an organization from Sweden. We can see Soldier also going for the line that Granadi and Massa are going for, and Moda already a bit behind, losing quite a bit of time. Granadi got it really well. World record is a 106.65 by Jean-René. So that is also a very good time, but Granadi so far ahead already, as we have to change the camera here, as you can also see the POV from the players. So you have a Cam 3 section. It's very important that you have it in there, as you might be a bit confused if you play it in camera 1 and the camera doesn't swap. Massa with a mistake, also losing the gear. Granadi long gone though, so very good performance so far, but he still has to survive the ending here. Soja and Muda are on 2nd and 3rd, so we could start things off with a draw, but Muda not with a good line there, so Massa can maybe come a bit closer, but Muda didn't lose too much time with that. But Granadi is already on a very good time, still has to survive the identity, looking very good, very low jump there, but not using too much of the booster there, so will be Muda coming closer. Can Muda even overtake Granadi in the ending? No, it will not be enough, but despite this ending, it is a sub 107 from Granadi, so very good time. Insta PB, this could have been so much more, maybe even already a new world record.
Yeah, that is looking very, very promising. Sub 107s indeed, as you alluded to here at the start of this game here, as we're heading into round 2 here on backflip, going along with Granadi for the start, going for the line, same for Massa, and as well as Soulja, but unfortunately gets a little bit of a clip on the inside edge of the wall, and thus will have his back wheels do the bug slide for him, but that will send him into the ball out on the outside. So Granadi will be out of the running after having won round 1. In the meantime, Massa is at the tail end of the leading group, currently sitting in 3rd and trying to catch up to Muda through this Cam 3 section, through that reactor part, but yeah, lost a little bit of speed at the exit there with that roof scrape section, and so it will be Soulja and Muda, 1st and 2nd for the Alliance, trying to recoup some of the lost points, and not a great landing on the side of Soulja, teetering on the back wheels, then on the front wheels before finally finding its footing and landing on all 4 wheels again, just like a cat would do on his paws. But a bit of a clip there at the side. Muda again having to play a little bit of the airline pilot there, managing to save it through the reactor boost part. Muda, Soulja 1st and 2nd through the identity, still with a gap of 2/10 between Soulja and Massa, but look at that line from Massa, looking a lot faster compared to Soulja, dropping down to 3rd. Will be salvaging a point for Big, but Muda winning with a .258. Massa 2nd, Soulja in P3. Big do not come home without anything, but still it will be Alliance taking the lead 3-2.
And this shows the deep game knowledge from Muda, who's coming from a full speed background. I guess we have seen in your line there this left-right steering movement, and with that he was just getting an interesting tilt of his car. Let's see, was it a coincidence or is Muda doing that on purpose? Let's take a look into round number 3. The only player who goes for that hit there, but goes so tight around that corner there, doesn't even sacrifice time, is even ahead of both Massa and Granadi, who went for that line. So you can see why Alliance picked that map. I really want to see how Muda does it. I think this is a new line that has been found there, or like just a small adjustment, but it gained him like 0.2 of a second. But let's see, as both Soulja and Muda having a really good start. Massa is 0.3 behind, so let's follow his POV, as Granadi is also not too far behind here, getting a good entry into the turn there as well. More speed than his teammate, his fellow German colleague, playing for the same team, but international gaming, of course. But Soulja with a mistake. Let's see Muda's line here. He goes for it, and it's intentional, guys. What a great line from Muda. Look at that, gaining so much time towards his opponents. So Muda with that in the back maybe has a small advantage, but maybe not here in this run. But he gets a lot of the booster, and he will win another round. Muda with such a low jump. Look at that, 106.864. The Vampus Master is on a roll and almost overjumped the last part of the identity.
End ramps? What end ramps? I didn't even hear that these things even existed, decided to say Muda, as he decided to skip the 2 rows of tiny ramps that you have at the very, very last block and decides to go for a little bit of a board bonk there with the plank of the car before heading into the finish line, as we're heading in here into round number 4. And it's still a very, very tough affair to call. 4-3 at the end of the 3rd round here on this opening map. Muda, again, the only outlier to go for the traditional way of taking the start, but this time it is not paying off for the Australian Penguin, as he will be falling back down to the back of the field in 4th position. Massa and Granadi have seized control of the lead, although we see Granadi going a lot slower through that slalom section, followed by the reactor, allowing Soulja to slip into 2nd position and separate the 2 teammates from one another. As we're going through that first backflip section, Massa, Soulja, Granadi in that order. Everybody going to make it through nice and clean. Maybe a little bit of a bounce on the part of the leader, Massa, but not really hampering it on the spot. Only that wide line, trying to carry a little bit more speed, may have looked like an opportunity for Soulja to go through. Muda again going for that airline pilot Strat managing to carry so much speed on the landing, going close to the bumper of Massa, going through the last sector and into the identity round now. They're neck and neck, wheel to wheel almost, heading through the first part of the identity. Massa continuing to hold the lead by the skin of his teeth, and Mana looking very slow, allowing Granati to move up into second place, and it will be the AA ace for Team Big with a .071, still a 107, but what a finish from the wheelman.
What a great ending there from both Massa and Granati. Massa holding on onto the lead, but Granati with a lot of speed securing that ace, and they are going into the lead. It is 6-4, but you have seen the line from Muda as well. So many things have happened, so many impressions at the end, but also Muda didn't have the best start, lost quite a bit, but now it is Massa who has been falling behind in this round here. Oh, as he also didn't get the best amount of speed in this corner, so we lose a lot in this reverse booster section, followed up by a reactor boost wall ride, which is out of plastic, so you don't lose speed, but look at the speed from Soulja and also his teammate Muda. So they were chasing down Granati, but I really want to see Muda's line again. Is that something that players will utilize in the next days as well on this map, or will this be just something that is just too hard to learn? As I want to focus on that line from Muda again, going for a lower jump, now flicking to the left, going to the right, and getting a small zoom. You can see the speed difference there, catching up to Granati. It was only quote-unquote 0.1 of a second, but that is enough on this high level of Trackmania. Oh, and also Muda with good speed here. What time will it be? 102.09 checkpoint. Muda with a good jump. Soulja with a respawn, but Muda almost overjumped it there. 5,000s between them. Lost so much time in the ending, but still won the round. But this was way too close to call, but due to the players finishing just on top and on the bottom of each other, it is very hard to just spot that. But Muda still claiming that first position. Soulja not able to finish, so it will be a draw. And Alliance still having 5 points to their name. Big having
just
7.
Only a 2-point gap to make up for the Alliance versus Berlin International Gaming, who are indeed on a map point, but this is basically a bit of a Hail Mary on this one for Team Big, as they do need an ace in order to conclude that map right from the outset here at the end of this round. So far, Granati making a good start, a little bit of a bunk there from Soulja, dropping it down to third, and Massa having made a complete holics at the start, dropping down to fourth, and staggering close to 2 seconds down on the splits, and Soulja continuing to be a little bit further back compared to where he would like to be as we're moving through this first sector very, very swiftly, as we see Granati pulling a gap of 3/10, close to 4/10 ahead of Muda here for the lead, but that's a really bad backflip, costing him so much speed, allowing Muda to slide on through into the lead of the round, potentially allowing the Alliance to bridge the gap back down to that solitary point they need to keep the dream alive right now on that first map. And again, Muda going for that signature line, the airline pilot, as I like to call it. Granati still continuing to chase him down, a quarter of a second down, heading into the identity right now. Soulja, a little bit offset to the right-hand side at the first particular jump. Now moving on to this final part, Muda, Granati, and look at Soulja versus Granati to the line. Not quite enough for Soulja to make the move stick. It will be less than 100 between these two at the line, but it's still a victory for Alliance, who are winding the gap back down to that 1 point, 8-7 for Big.
But still 1 point for Big in this round, but also most importantly for Alliance, they got to the 7-point margin, so that means if they get an ace and both Granati and Massa, or just by pace, they will get that ace. It is over, and map 1 will go to Alliance. But also Big in need of a victory, so one mistake would be very advantageous for Berlin International Gaming. So the match has heated up, and let's see what the next round here will bring us, as Soulja and Massa didn't get the best start. But so far so good, nothing set in stone. As Soulja gets the gear, Massa didn't get the best amount of speed, but now the first backflip will decide it here. Muda and Granati on great pace. Massa bumping a little bit. Soulja coming a bit closer though, but Muda is on a great time. We could maybe see a new world record if Muda sticks it here in the ending and goes for his line again. Will he make it? Yes, he will. But actually gets a really good zoom there, so that's why he goes for it, because of that tilted landing. He gets a zoom, so gaining a bit of time, not too much in this round, but still enough to extend his lead. And let's see, can Granati overtake? Yes, he can. What a beautiful identity from the wheelman from Germany, and he will win the round. Soulja is on third, Massa on fourth, and great times here as well. 106.92, followed up by a 107 low. And then Soldier only a couple of hundreds behind. Only Massa, after that small bump, really losing out on a little bit of time there.
Being enabled by Granadi to maintain the status quo. Still a single point of a lead for the German Norg in favor of them versus the Alliance here on what could potentially be the final round or overtime round, depending on how you look at it. This is going to be all down to the hands of both Soldier and Mara right now to make that overtime scenario a reality for the first time of this weekend and at this World Championship final stage. And already, Granadi making the job a lot easier for the Alliance, having completely messed up the start. Currently, it is going to be Massa, Soldier, and Mara regrouped within less than 600ths of a second, heading into the next part. The first backflip of the map, all three almost wheel-to-wheel, going 3 wide before funneling down into the checkpoint. Mara managing to retake the lead. Massa looking a little bit slow on that long, wide left-hander just before the speed check. Thus will be shuffled back down to 3rd place. And this time, Mara not having as much airtime as Mara, but still looking pretty solid indeed for that 2nd position. Massa continuing to try and hunt Soldier and Mara down, trying to find a window of opportunity to attack. Soldier looking a little bit slow, but Massa is even slower on the landing on the first jump. Mara, Soldier, 1st and 2nd. They conclude on an AA ace with a .771 on the side of Mara, less than a 10th away from the current record, or over a 10th away from the world record. And just like that, they flip the gap in favor of themselves, Alliance. 11-9 at the end of map 1. Team Blue takes map 1.
Moda and Soldier both with a PB on that last round. Massa needed a 2nd position to force overtime and the first one to win this map for Big. Granadi, with that unfortunate mistake at the start, didn't play a role in this round, and there you go. Map 1 and also pick number 1 from Alliance in their bag. And now we're gonna go to the next map, which is Valley. As I said, always a very comfortable pick for Berlin International Gaming. We have seen a new world record from Carl Jr. here, a 107.916 in that last round, where Carl Jr. and Pack were just winning against Split with an ace. So let's see how this will go for them. Good luck, have fun, and the race is starting. Big already has to win this round or this map, else it will look grim for them.
It would look very, very grim for them as we're getting started here with round number 1, following the perspective of Granadi right now, as we see Massa going a little bit further on the inside here on that first hairpin, thus dipping his wheels a little bit into the sand. Everybody still regrouped within a 10th from 1st to 4th as we're heading through the reactive boost part. Before the jump, conditioning your exit is very, very important there. Soldier going all over the barrier and going very, very high. A bit more of a conservative approach, I guess, from the side of Soldier. That will still see him slot in the 2nd position and barely grazing the wall. A bonk from Granadi will send him off track and completely out of contention for the big places here in this round, no pun intended. Massa, Soldier 1st and 2nd. Mara a little bit further behind in 3rd place, about a 10th of a second away from the leader. Heading into sector number 3 here. The jump, setting yourself up for the tight buck slide right there. Everybody making it through nice and clean. No touches of the wall. And all 3 regroup within the same ghost almost before the identity. First jump through the first goalpost. Mara going a little bit too tight and thus hitting the side of the goalpost. Will be forced to respawn, promoting Granadi up into 3rd. Massa still holding the lead. Soldier in 2nd position. Let's see how the finish will be looking. It looks way too grim for Massa. Doing the same as Mara a little bit earlier on. This time on the 2nd goalpost. Soldier wins ahead of Granadi in 2nd. Mara will make it a victory, or will he? The answer is a no, with Massa coming back with a snipe at the very last corner to get the draw on .367 on the side of Soldier for the game-winning round time, but ultimately, quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, quite a bit of damage that could have been done there, but it's just a 1-to-1 eventually. So Alliance and Big just forcing so many, denying so many aces. Also after those mistakes now, also one mistake that has happened here, but also great pace from them as Soldier jumps very far in there. Muda with a wider approach, barely not holding the gear, so he drops into 3rd, and Soldier extends his lead. Massa and Granadi both are a bit behind. Granadi, after that small mistake in the start, finding himself roughly 0.8 of a second behind, almost 1 second. This look is looking really promising for Alliance of taking that ace, but we have seen mistakes in the identity. It's such a fine alignment that you have to do beforehand, and also this box that has to be adjusted very, very carefully, else you just go into the wall or you go too wide. But I mean, if you go too wide, you have good speed for that jump. So Soldier in the lead. It is Moda behind, barely not hitting the gate there, and it is Granadi and Massa both promoting 1 position. Granadi up to 2nd, Massa up to 3rd, still respawning, but Muda's not there. And also Soldier going for a lot of speed and winning the round, a .65. So a bit shaky start here on this map. A lot of mistakes have happened, but it's still 2-2, so nothing has happened. The match will start in round number 3.
Yeah, and it's the exact same running order that we had at the end of round 1 as well. So a little bit of troubled times trying to find themselves their footing on this second map of the game here as we're moving on to the start of round number 3. Still all to play for, 2-2 at the end of round 2. Moving on to round 3 now from the perspective of Solja from the Alliance, managing to make through the first corner nice and clean, just like the rest of the field. Granati being shuffled to the back of the field just before the jump into the platform, heading into the reactor boost section before the jump over there, going over the barriers there. Solja continuing to go head-to-head with Granati for third place. Currently, Masa and Sector 1 will be leading and trying to pull a gap of 2 tenths compared to the battle for second place, raging between Mora, Solja, and Granati. A little bit of a hit on the inside there on the side of one of the Alliance players, allowing him to get a little bit of a tighter turn radius, but so far it is still Mora second, and Granati managing to get the move done on Solja for third place, and now having his eyes on the bigger prize, trying to go for the ace, trying to depose Mora of that second position, but Solja is also trying to come back at the German. Moving on to the final part, the identity right now. Masa, Granati in that order, and already a rift being created between top 2 and bottom 2, but as I say that, Masa misses the first gate outright and is forced to respawn, promoting Granati into the lead, trying to guarantee another draw going the way of Team Big, and Mora through the second gate looking increasingly close to hit it, but he makes it through just fine. Solja trying to make a last-ditch effort to overtake Granati at the final corner. No mas, 3-1-4 at the end of the round here for the time for Granati, and it's another draw. 3-3 at the end of round 3.
3-3. 3 draws in a row. Nothing has happened so far. So despite this being Big's pick, they are looking to make some mistakes, but maybe they just find themselves in a new atmosphere and just trying to just get used to that, as they know they have to perform on this map after barely losing out on that first map here against Alliance. But now we see Muda and Solja actually, with slight different lines there, but that's the beauty of this map. But Master just has it out very well. He's 0.1 ahead of his teammate Granati, who gets a really good backside. Muda with a quite wide approach, going for a lot of speed, but look at that, it's neck and neck between all the players. Master still leading, but Muda with more speed. The alignment here will be very important. Muda with a very inside approach, bumping a little bit, so he loses a bit of speed in exchange. As you can see, he demotes to almost last position, but look at that fight here between them. Solja with a clip will lose it all speed, will get penalized, and it is Granati and Masa now leading. What a back and forth in this round, but only Muda is 0.06 behind. Good line, very wide, will have a lot of speed, and also a very good entry into this booster here before the last section of the map. However, Granati and Masa are still ahead. They could get that ace. Granati so close there to the gate. Muda with more speed. Muda can snipe it, but it's not enough. It is the ace. 4,000s between the first and second, and Muda 500s away. It's the ace for Big, finally going into the lead and redeeming their map pick.
Yeah, finally, one of the two teams managed to make a little bit of a breakaway run at the end of that round, and the tandem of Masa and Granati finishing together, separated by just 4,000ths of a second, is a beautiful image to see. And Muda trying to play a little bit of a troublemaker role in that round, ultimately came short for 46 extra thousandths of a second as we're moving through our next round now, following the perspective of the Australian player from the Alliance. Mara going very, very low at the exit of that jump, concluding the first sector, will be leading at the split ahead of his teammate. Granati and Masa third and fourth. Everybody regrouped within 1 singular tenth of a second, heading into the reactor boost part. Through the fragile we go, resetting your wheels through the second sector. Now heading into the jump through the ring, CP. Setting yourself up for the long left-hander. This time, Mara going for the more classical outside approach to get yourself with a better setup for later apex through that long left-hander. Now onto the box slide. Mara managing to come away with the lead. Masa and Granati second and third. Solja, having made a mistake a little bit beforehand, will be 3 seconds down. In the meantime, Mara still continuing to hold a steadfast lead of 4/10 of a second. Heading into the identity. Granati trying to go for a bold move, trying to catch back up the time, but he ends up losing it with a compromised entry into the chicane before the second jump. Masa continuing to hold a steady first place. Oh, Mara going way too wide. Took a lot of risk with that wide approach, allowing Granati and Masa to grain that gap back in, but ultimately the Australian still wins it. It is another draw, but it is a draw that will put Big onto map points.
Yeah, Muda beating his PB by 2/10 of a second, and if he had a better ending, he would have beaten that former set world record from Carl Jr. in the previous match. So great time there from Muda, but it wasn't enough to get a victory or an ace in this round. So we have Big in the lead, and as you said, it is the track points, so if they get an ace, they will win this map, and it is 1-1 going into the third map then after that. Masa with a great start here by the looks of it, finding himself in the lead. Muda not too far behind though, getting a very good bug set. I think that was a car from Big sliding out there. It is Masa with a small mistake, So he is almost a second behind, and now Muda and Soldier with the dream scenario. It could be 7-7, also due to Granadi's small mistake there. Steering a bit too early, losing a lot of speed, and it is Muda and Soldier hand in hand, just having to survive the identity. But it's easier said than done. One respawn could end in a disaster for Alliance, but still, let's see if they can survive it. Muda with a good line, good release there as well from him, and they still find themselves in the lead. Will it be enough to survive here? Looking good. Soldier so close to the left there, but was able to survive, and the Lions will equalize the scoreline again. After round 6, the scoreline is 7-7. Good time from Soldier as well, a 108.13, performing when it matters, and now both teams are on track point.
Yeah, both teams on track point. Alliance evening the scales. You were mentioning 108.1 from Soldier on the previous round. The round before, we saw Mara do 108.054. So yeah, they do have the pace that was within them, but it took far too many rounds of adjustment for a team of this caliber to really get themselves dialed in. So it's going to be up to them to pick up the slack and try to get their winning form back on song as we're making our way through this round right now. It's Granadi leading at the end of the first sector, and Masa making the job a lot easier for the Alliance right now with that double bunk, emulating a little bit of a pinball machine impression there on the side of Masa. Thus, he will be out of contention for the big points. Granadi and Mura, first and second. Soldier a little bit further behind in P4. Granadi going way too wide, taking a bit too much penalty sound, but Mura going also quite far out wide at the exit of that long left-hander, managing to retain the lead, but only just. And now Soldier looking to show his teeth and trying to make an attack stick on Granadi. So far, so good. Heading into the identity, the first gate. Pass clean for the top three, and it's still all to play for. Less than a tenth between first and third right now, with Granadi still looking to try and make a masterstroke move. Not quite the masterstroke move here on the part of Soldier, messing up the chicane alignment. Granadi, Mura forced to respawn. It will be Granadi winning the round ahead of Soldier, it looks like, with Masa in P3, allowing Big to take the lead. That was textbook inting. Textbook inting on the side of Alliance there, with that unfortunate mishap for both Mura and Soldier at the identity.
That was very unfortunate there for Alliance. Not only did they throw away the track points and could have won could have gone into the lead by 2 points already, but Big now is ahead and they're only in need of a draw, so one first position is enough. And also Masa getting third position, so those small individual fights decided, and 1 point in the end, or like just in the end game of a map in the last couple of rounds. It's just insane how much that can snowball. Muda now with a good backside there. Masa, however, so far in the lead, and he can just win this map here by himself in this round. He doesn't need to rely on Granadi, who had a quite awkward line in this section, but was still able to stick it through, and also now makes it, maybe wants to not steer that much during the exit of the turn, but now Masa with a mistake. Now all of a sudden Big has to pull the trigger, and they need to get at least a second position. Soldier and Muda can force overtime. Granadi with a very good line. Let's focus on that last identity here. It could be the last one of this match. Granadi with a good line. Muda jumping so wide there, will have a lot of speed. Granadi will go into the lead here by the looks of it. Will Granadi make it? It will be going to overtime. So close. It's 10-10. The first time that we're gonna see it, but Granadi not being able to overtake Soldier there. But also look at the times. 108.08 from Soldier. Very good time there from the Belgian player.
Yeah, indeed, Soldier posting in 0.08 and 0.1 being driven by Granadi on that very same round. The first overtime here of this final stage of the World Championship is underway. In case one of the two teams end up having a numerical advantage in terms of the points, it will be game over on this map, and it will be going either way of Alliance or Big, depending on which team takes the lead. So far, first sector, Granadi taking a clear lead of a tenth and a half ahead of his teammate Masa, battling for second position. Now the battle is a little bit more with his teammates, intra-team battle for the lead of the round overall, but they've got to be wary of Mara, trying to spring a little bit of a surprise or two here through that end of the second sector and the start of the third and final sector. Granadi again going way out wide, touching a little bit of penalty sand on the way into that corner, but makes it work really beautifully so far as we make our way through this third sector. Through the box slide we go, and it will be Soldier and Mura making the best absolute exit on this side, taking away the reins of the round, but it's still all to play for with just one jump and one corner left to go. Masa trying to mix it up with the big boys up front. Mura having pulled a gap of around the 10th through the last gate, and it's going to be a missed gate for Big that will seal the fate unless Granadi can pull something out of the nether. It will not be the case, and look at the high five on the side of both Mura and Soldier. 12-11. First overtime was it for the Alliance, who continue to lead 2-0.
Oh, what a battle. It was such a back and forth in most of the rounds, and Alliance wins 12-11 on Big's first pick. They were very comfortable on Valley, but this time they got cracked. So Alliance will go into the lead. It's 2-0. So, wow, this is just incredible. So great performance from Soldier and Moda there. So there you go. We go to map number 3. So it is Tempest. And we also have a short pause coming into play, as it might have come from Big. Maybe a tactical break. Just Ama saying, listen, you know, you have to focus. You have to just stick to the game plan. And also on Tempest, they can surely make something happen.
Yeah, they can surely make something happen, but just a quick little debrief during this time out of the first 2 maps. It kind of follows the trend that we were kind of expecting from that match, where it basically all the way was nip and tuck all the way through the 2 maps until the last round, where ultimately Alliance managed to switch on at the last second to actually make the rounds count, as you get a little bit of a preview here of Tempest that you've already seen before, of course, on the previous match between Solary versus Split. It will be very interesting to see how the 2 teams get on with this one.
Yeah, definitely. Alliance pick, Alliance's second pick, and Big has to perform. They did a very good match against formerly known Robbers, now Split on this map, if I recall that correctly from the top of my head. And also here we have a world record from Stufts, but we have seen also a lot of good times on this map here already. So I'm looking forward to that pack being just a couple of hundreds away from that 200s in the match that took place beforehand. And let's jump into the first round. Very important map here for Berlin International game, but also for Alliance. They could extend the lead and could be up 3-0 and then are only 1 map win away from just knocking Massa and Granadi down into the lower bracket. So let's see. Let's go into the first round and see what Soldier and Moda can do, because they have the best start. Granadi with a good line though, and he's coming closer. Look at that. It's 19,000s between all 4 players approaching the ice section, which is crucial to get, not losing the gear and also not sliding out there accordingly, as well as it is still a 3-horse battle for first. Soldier with a first small mistake, so Massa and Granadi can maybe get themselves a head start if they can crack Moda, but it seems like Massa didn't have the best turnaround, has to play the safe cards here, so now he needs to rely on his teammate Granadi if they want to go into the lead. Oh, but Moda with a good jump there. Granadi will also have a good amount of speed. It's 1 carding between them, 500ths of a second. Granadi with a good jump, but Moda will stay ahead, and we're gonna start things off with a draw here, because no one respawned in the identity, and also a .40 to start things off. Only 1800s away from the world records, or from the online world records, I surely think, and I've also seen that players have faster times offline.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting to see if that mark from Stoff still stays at the end of the day, or if it will last a little bit longer throughout the weekend, as we are getting underway with round 2. And yeah, difference of approaches between Moda and Granadi, where Granadi tried to go for a bit more longitudinal speed through that first part of the identity double spin, whereas Moda tried to go for a bit more of a direct line and tried to go for a late fall and late apex at the fall, which ultimately benefited the Australian, as Granadi overextended at the landing, forcing him to travel a little bit more time, thus costing a little bit more distance, thus costing more time. In the meantime, first jump spin marking the end of the first sector, and it looks as though everybody's still in the race, although Massa getting a little bit left behind, around half a second behind the top 3 group, being currently led off by Granadi and Soldier, with Moda and Hot Pursuit just behind, starting sector 3 with the entry into the ice light section on turn 6 through this long right-hander before getting a little bit of a flick to set yourself up for the reverse section, and be careful of your timing on the throttle. We've seen Razi come so close to not making the trigger on the checkpoint there. First part of the identity jump spins. Granadi will be forced to respawn, as it looks as though Massa has made it, albeit somewhat slowly. Moda and Soldier first and second, looking to have this round under lock and key and validate their first ace here on this map with a time of a 108.492, about 2/10 ahead of his teammate Soldier, and it will be Alliance making the break. 4-1 at the end of round 2.
Consistency is key, and it seems like Granadi now with a mistake in this round. So ace for Alliance, and we have Moda with another .4 here. So very nicely done. And let's see what round 3 will bring us. Alliance looking strong here to win this first match of the day for them, and also the last one, because every team will only play 1 match today, and the others, or like the group or the bracket, will conclude tomorrow. But already very important to win this one, because if you win it, you're guaranteed top 2 in your group. So you are guaranteed to make it into the top 6. But of course you want to take that first seed, because then, I mean, yeah, in this way, top 4 you will have guaranteed if you get first seed. That's what I wanted to say. All right, but let's focus on this round, because it is Moda sliding out there. Perfect timing to go into that one, and Soldier is on second place. Massa overtaking, so they can come a bit closer there. It could be a 2-point discrepancy if the positions will stay as is. But it's too early to say because the identity is very precise. It's like maybe if you guys played it as well, it is not that easy to do. Granadi with a good amount of speed. Soldier is pushing and he will overtake. What a great line from the Belgian player there. Just gaining so much there. Granadi maybe playing a bit too safe there. But also maybe he was like, okay, I don't have to risk it. Has a bit more speed in the ending, but it will not be enough. 17 thousandths of a second. What a good identity there from Soldier.
Yeah, great identity, great first jump again, going for the absolute lowest line possible this time. A bit more of an all-around curve and not really offset that much to, so that the exit is a lot closer to the wall than it first appears to be. Soldier managing to get this one down to its T. Ultimately, Granadi managing to catch back up a little bit in the second jump, especially on the subsequent section with a much better landing, but not enough to dislodge Soldier from the lead of that round, and thus a draw ensued. In the meantime, on to our next round. Mudda leading into the wall ride, and the jump there with the landing that is also very important there. Before that banked double right-hander, a little bit of a clip from Granadi at the hole there. I was a little bit mistaken by one of the cars, and that's going to be a very difficult first jump on the side of Granadi. Touching the checkpoint, will be forced to double respawn, and that will leave Massa all on his own to try and salvage something from the situation, but it looks as though it cannot really be salvaged at this point in time anyway, as Soldier and Mudda look to be looking pretty confident and pretty consistent in their lines they're able to pull off right now, whereas Massa, through the ice side, was looking a little bit shaky here on that particular round. Soldier and Mudda, hand in hand, tandeming this together through the first jump spin of the identity, going for very low lines, a bit more extending compared to what we saw a few rounds earlier on the side of Mudda. Now onto the second jump spin, going a little bit higher this time on the side of Soldier, it must be said, as we're heading for another ace on the side of the Alliance with a .532, somewhat more conservative round times, but still, it will be enough to guarantee the ace that will send Alliance onto map point number 3, 8-2.
Very solid round there from Alliance. Again, playing consistent, not driving .2s, .3s, just going to that .4, .5, .6 range. And this is enough to crack Big on Tempest. And let's see, will this be the last round? That's 8-2. Big has to act. They need to preferably get an ace in two of those rounds, kind of. Else it will be over very soon for them, and we could already then jump to the last map in the series, but let's first take a look here. Will this be the case or not? Because Soldier and Mudda have to get first and third position. Soldier again with a very good pre-identity there, just gaining a lot of time towards Massa, who still finds himself the lead, doesn't hit the flag. They were so close towards that, but it was enough for him to survive around that corner. Granadi fell a bit further behind, also struggling to find the best speed in this corner. And Massa still leading the round. He can't deny Alliance the map victory here, but it's too early to say because Mudda had a very good turnaround. Also went for a different line, went a bit wider there, and also has a wider setup here and jumps so close over the first identity there, going into the lead. Massa is on second place. He needs first position though. Soldier with a good line. Massa is not in there, and it will be map number 3, also going to Alliance, also with an ace. Wow, what a consistent and solid performance from Alliance. It is 11-2, and we go to map number 4. It could be the last one, Geek. I thought it would be a 4-3 for Big. They have to win 4 consecutive maps in a row to make that happen.
About that thought, you and I both, we really figured that it would be a lot closer match than it first appeared. And yeah, that's a 3rd consecutive map indeed with a score of 11-2. That is nothing to scoff at. That's almost a 10-point gap between the two teams at the end of that particular map, which is nothing short of amazing. The only way you can top that is with a 12-0, of course, in the meantime. But yeah, this is going to be quite insane to see what both teams are going to be up to on GeForce. And right now, this is checkers or wreckers, as we say, for Big, as they have to pull 3 back-to-back victories to force this onto Game 7.
Yeah, this is my favorite map, together with Twisted, that we would see after that if Berlin International Gaming wins on that one. So let's see what they can do here. A lot of things, a lot of potential on this map. World record is 1:11.994 by Jan TM, who played for Gravity Pivo together with his teammate Henken, who made it all the way to the middle stage event of this year's World Championship.
As part of Team Gravity along with Marsley.
Yeah. So a very good performance. Also Marcy with a very good performance as well. Played alongside with
Jan.
With Jan, exactly. Jan and Marcy, yeah. No, Jan and... Yeah, true. Never mind. Anyways, let's jump into the next round and see what will be happening here as Granadi gets a really good start. Massa on second place. Soldier is on third. Muda with a first mistake, and this is big second pick, so this doesn't look too bad for them in the first round. This is very important to not wobble too much, as Massa was clipping a little bit, but not losing too much time. You can sacrifice that with going very, very close there to the wall, and Soldier finding himself on second place. Now, let's take a look. Can they beat the checkpoint from Stufts here? It was a .40 by the looks of it. It is a .36.1, so Granadi already on good pace. This time could already be in danger if I can see it correctly. Also, this identity takes roughly 10 seconds, so Granadi already on 1:12 low pace, maybe even a 1:11, and it will also be the ace. Due to the start from Massa that wasn't that good, it is Granadi getting first and Massa second, and it's the ace.
Yeah,
112.035 from Granadi.
112.035 from Granadi, and yeah, earliest mistake was at the end of Sector 1 from Muda, where he went a little bit too wide at the exit of the bugslide section following the bobsleigh, which ultimately sent him on a collision course with the outside girder, marking the end of the first sector. So that was why the Australian was out of contention fairly early on, and ultimately Soldier as well, losing a lot in the last sector, allowing Massa to move back up into second place after a little bit of a rocky start. Moving on to round 2. This time Massa will once again be shuffled at the back of the pack through the first sector in P4. He stands currently the top 3, separated by 81 thousandths of a second, with Granadi, Soldier, and Muda trading positions left, right, and center, checkpoint after checkpoint, heading into this tight 90 right-hander. Following along with Massa before the bobsleigh hairpin. Let's see who is going to be wobbling a little bit too much, and we see Muda not even clipping, but outright exiting the bobsleigh part, going very wide there. Soldier at the exit of the bugslide, trying to carry a bit more speed on the way out of said bugslide to continue holding on to that second position to bring at the very least a point for Team Alliance. But Massa is also looking very, very racy at this point. He's going to make an attack more than likely happen on the second place of Soldier at the first wall ride right there. On the side of Granadi, we're on the 112.1 again. It looks as though Soldier has messed up the exit from the first wall ride. Indeed, he's forced to respawn, and that's another ace going the way of Big, trying to make the most of their map picks. Back-to-back aces and a 111.911. Sorry, I got my numbers mixed up, but yeah, 0.911. 6/10 ahead of Massa, and 6-0 for Big.
The first of many world records that we're going to see on this map. Potentially Big with a good performance so far. And I think we both actually messed up the teammate there. It was Better Toast and not Hankin or Marsley. So, well, you know, you can sometimes mix that around. So this can, of course, happen as we jump into round number 3. It is Soldier and Muda who are having to act here, and they have to preferably get that ace. Big can play the safe cards, even a first position, and the one or another round would be good, but they should not fall behind too much, but they can't capitalize from draws. So it is Granadi a bit further behind, so the winner of the last 2 previous rounds, setting good times 1:11 high and the 1:12 low respectively, now is behind by 0.35 of a second, but we can follow him to see his dirt zoop approach, but it doesn't work out. It doesn't zoop him because he had an awkward line, a conservative line before that. So it is Soldier and Muda on first and second right now, but Massa still with a lot of speed. Muda sliding out, hitting the wall, having to respawn, and Soldier also has a little bit less speed than Massa, who went for a quite different line in this corner there. So let's take a look. What will Massa do? Flicking out a lot to the left. They will jump low and will have a bit more speed. Also Soldier with a different line there has also good speed, but it will be the draw unless Soldier will not make the ending. But there you go. It is a 1-2-3, well, a 1-2-2-3-4 time. Man, it was almost perfect for that, but there you go. It is Soldier winning the round and getting Alliance the first point.
0.234 and then a 0.468 from Massa right behind them, as they were separated by the exact same amount of thousandths of a second, as Big is indeed on map point. Their first map points, well, second attempt at their first map point here in this particular game, as they were, of course, on map point in the opening map that was backflip before the script has been somewhat flipped, courtesy of Alliance, as we're making our way through this round right now. Through the bobsled we go, following the perspective of Muda through the first sector, and he will be exiting from that bugslide in the lead at the split. We see Masang Soldier in second and third place, Granadi also in hot pursuit in P4, top 4 separated by about 0.2 of a second, give or take, making our way through to the bobsled part. Muda leading ahead of Soldier, Massa, Granadi in that order. Everybody making it through pretty neat and tidy. Nice and tidy bugslide on the side of Soldier, not so much on the side of Granadi, hitting with the rear left the side of the checkpoint. So it will be Soldier, Muda first and second. Let's see if Muda can right the wrongs of the previous rounds, avoid contacts with the walls, and let's hope for the Alliance that the finish will be properly mitigated as we're making our way through the first wall right. So far, so good. Up until this point where Soldier touches with the left side, the top of the wall, but Massa completely messes up the jump, forcing himself to respawn. Granati coming in to save the day for Big and bring a point home at the very least. 112.072 for Mada, who wins ahead of Granati, sniping Soldier at the line, courtesy of that somewhat slow jump on the side of the Belgian. It's still Big leading by 5 points though, 8-3.
Such an important point there for Big, because an ace really gives you a lot, and it would have been 4-7 and now it's 3-8 instead. So 1 point in this kind of point range is a lot for Big, and with that they find themselves closer and closer to that first track point, or that first track being locked in for them. But it's too early to say, because Alliance has the potential. There was also a good time for Muda there on their previous round, as you can see here, did a 112.072. It is his match PB. Now didn't get the best start, but still has good speed compared to Granati, and goes for the attack, but still he finds himself a bit further behind. Now jumping into the first or second crucial section after the start, we have this entry into the bobsleigh, that how you have to exit with a dirt slide, and then you can tap the brake to get some more speed. And it is Soldier still leading. Muda with a very good approach, finding himself on that battle for second place. Good amount of speed accumulated there as well. You don't want to gear up into fourth gear, and Muda is still sticking towards Granati, who's not that far behind. Had a good ending section though, but also Muda with a good approach in this corner. Soldier losing out on all speed. Granati going to the lead. Muda with a low jump here. Will this be enough to overtake Granati? And also Massa is not too far behind. Let's follow his POV. Can he overtake? No, he cannot. Granati will stay ahead, and it's only 0.03 of a second, 0.3 of a second between them, as Granati gets first, and that is another point for Big. 1 point away from their first map win.
Alliance managed to extract yet another round from this one, but how many more can they extract? Is this the furthest that they can go before they have to resort onto their next map pick, which will be happening next? We'll have to see if this round will give us a little bit of a clue as to the answer. So far, first clue is that Granati is getting a really, really solid start through the bobsleigh. Heading into the first sector checkpoint, it will be Granati Massa first and second, with Muda slipping through into the lead as well, but it's top and bottom right now for Alliance at the end of that first sector split, a 10.5 apart. Moving on to this 90 right-hander with that little outside dirt wall approach. Now onto the bobsleigh, Muda taking the lead. Massa, Granati, Soldier still battling tooth and nail, and it's going to be a very heavy clip with the full right side of the car on the side of Granati. Massa looking a little bit slow on the exit of the buck slide. Muda trying to capitalize on that, looking a little bit slow just before the drop down. Massa still stalling himself in the place where he needs to be, first and second. A little bit of a better exit on the side of Muda to allow himself to move past Massa for second position. But watch out, this has been the real Achilles heel for Alliance so far. This particular wall ride section, Massa doesn't have the best of lines either in the jump. It's looking to be very, very close, and it looks as though Alliance might have made the ace stick to extract yet another round, despite a bit of a slow exit from the final wall ride from Muda with a .121, 166 thousandths ahead of his teammate. Alliance are still alive and are also on map point, and most importantly, match point.
Oh, that was beautifully synced there, Tom. That was awesome. 7-9 it is. Every outcome results into a map winner, or in this case also match winner, if Alliance can replicate that performance from the previous round. Granati with a slower start, gets a lot of the booster though, minimized airtime accordingly, but you can see the speed deficit compared to his opponents and also his teammate Massa, as he's 0.2 behind Muda, who's the leader of this race. Very good performance from Alliance, and this could be over just after this round. A 4-0 is definitely not what anyone has expected just before that match, but it seems like Muda will make it happen, and also Soldier with a great performance. But Massa comes back. He needs to get second place. It is do or die. Granati too far behind to have a saying. Oh, Soldier going so risky, so close to every corner to squeeze out that extra kilometer per hour. And also Muda is on a new world record. Just by the way, what I wanted to mention here, but most importantly, it could be the match win here if Soldier gets that ending across, but this wasn't the best line from him. Will have more speed than Massa, but I don't think it will be enough. Muda also sacrificed a lot of speed, and this is map number 1 being done for Berlin International Gaming. Soldier not with good amount of speed in the ending. Massa staying behind Muda, and it is Muda also with a sub 112 time, so good job from him, but this wasn't enough for him. So it is still a match. It's 3-1. We go to round 5.
It was a close call and a half, if I do say so myself, given the fact that Alliance managed to claw the gap back down to just those 2 points and could well have pulled exactly the same feat that they have pulled off on map 1, Backflip, where they managed to flip a 2-point gap to a 1-point lead, or a 1-point gap to a 2-point lead, in this case in map 1, and they could have been repeating the same history to get a clean 4-0 victory, but ultimately it isn't the case, and we go onto the map of the 1,000 corners. It is Tour de Course Trackmania edition with Twisted.
Twisted, such a nice map. I really like to see that. Also how Paco played on this map, who got 9th with his teammate. They weren't able to make it. They lost against formerly known Robbers, now Split of course. And well, I mean, it's Alliance last pick out of the series. And after that, we would go to Big's last pick. But let's see what the players can do. Good luck, have fun to them as we are starting. Massa and Granadi, they have to act. I don't think, and that's what I'm saying now, and this also applies for the weekend, I don't think that the world record from Paco will get beaten.
I don't think so either.
First round, it is Massa going to beat it. Hello.
We'll have to wait and see because, yeah, round 1 underway. We're going through this very, very high-speed section at the end of the first sector. And the first of 2 very heavy zones. Hard on the anchors before setting yourself up for the hairpin, setting yourself up for the chicane right there. The first very twisty section that changes from negative camber to positive camber back onto the banking. Here it is going to be Moda and Massa who are going to be left a little bit in the dust in the meantime through this middle section. Then this triple apex right-hander going for the mid-apex, trying to widen the exit as soon as possible on the side of Granadi, but he messes up the jump behind it, allowing Soldier and Moda to move up into first and second. High-speed drift before once again hard on the brakes to slow yourself down for this particular hairpin, the start of the final, very twisty section. And watch out for that final left-hander, which can be deceptively blind with this approach. And we've seen plenty of people get washed out wide and close to the wall. And Soldier managing to pull off an incredible snipe for 60 thousandths ahead with a godlike final corner. 0.002, 60 thousandths ahead of Granadi, 91 thousandths ahead of Moda. Victory for Alliance.
Yeah, very good time there from Soldier, from the 26-year-old from Belgium. Coming from a tech background, and this is also a very tech-heavy track, as you can see there, with a small full-speed section also being incorporated, as well as here and also in the ending. So good performance there from Alliance, but also 1 point being secured for Berlin International Gaming. So let's see Granadi, who has a PB that is 1,000 slower from the time that was set by Soldier in the round beforehand. All right. Good line here from Soldier, tapping the brake to get around that corner accordingly and just having a better angle and traveling more distance as he is extending his lead. Moda not with a best of starts, as well as Massa, both having to readjust in one or another of the corners. But it looks like it will be a fight between Soldier and Granadi. 0.28 checkpoints. Paco had a 0.9. So that is just a good reference point for me as well. But you can get a very good flick here on that last identity drift. Maybe Granadi will go for that. No, he will not. Soldier almost got it there. He set himself, then you set yourself up nicer on the right side for that penultimate drift. But look at that. Granadi crumbling in the end, and Soldier and Moda will get the ace. This is looking not good for Big, as the lead is already 4 points for Alliance.
Yeah, judging by the first 2 rounds, the outcome and outlook for the remaining rounds here on Twisted is looking pretty grim indeed on the side of Berlin International Gaming, unless they are able to turn up the heat a little bit and try to bring the fight to the Alliance. Heading into this next round right now, round 3 underway, going through the high-speed section there. Massa taking over the lead by about 1/10 of a second through the split. Moda and Soldier second and third through the wall ride. Granadi in P4, heading into the first hairpin before this first twisty section. First negative camber up there, and then falls back down, and now back onto the banking right there. Granadi a little bit too out wide here on the chicane with a bit of a compromised line. Soldier as well this time, not looking so hot on paper compared to where he was in the first 2 rounds, and it's Massa Moda first and second. Those who were hanging at the back of the field have now been shuffled to the front of the field thanks to the various trials and tribulations from the other competitors. Moda and Massa wheel to wheel, heading into the final part. The identity with the braking for the hairpins, followed by that second consecutive hairpin. The snake run has begun here on this final part. A little bit of 2-wheel time there on the part of Massa, going through the final corner on the side of both Moda and Massa. Barely a wall clip on the side of the German that will allow Granadi to move up into second, and more importantly, Moda to retain the lead and score a 103.982, allowing the status quo to remain, and still a 4-point lead for Alliance, who are getting closer and closer to match point attempt number 2.
So Big not coming closer with that round. They are just, the gap stays the same, and most importantly, as you mentioned correctly, Alliance now only 4 points away from match point. This can go very fast, but now Granadi and Massa, the star that they were searching in the last 2-3 rounds. As you can see, they are ahead, but Moda and Soldier definitely not slowing down, as Massa and Granadi, the gap is shrinking again. And Muda and Soldier can come closer again, but look at that, still 0.1 of a second. Let's approach the last part of the track, which is not easy to do, especially the identity, but that's why we also love to see it. You can push it so much, and that's why it's not, like, it looks easy, but due to the difficulty, like, you can push so much, it is very hard to do, because you can lose so much time that we have seen in the last rounds. And look at that, Massa leading the round. Muda and Soldier, however, can just deny the victory or ace towards Villain International Gaming. Granadi with a good ending though, but it will not be enough. Massa will set a point 89, but only 1 point for Big due to Granadi's last position.
Great time on the part of Masai, must be said. 0.897 is still nothing to scoff at this level of competition. Now, Alliance. Map point attempt 2, Electric Boogaloo. Here we go then for this round on the side of Alliance, who do need an ace to pull it up, but they've pulled it up beforehand as early as round 2 here on this map. So we're going to have to see if they're able to replicate this feat as we're moving through the full speed section onto the first sector split. Massa Granadi tandeming this together, 12 thousandths apart in the first split. Muda and Soldier, third and fourth, reconvening together before the first hairpin and the start of the first of 2 snake runs here in this particular map. Granadi still holding the lead, but once again for Muda and Soldier managing to hug the apex wall on the inside to move up into first and second place respectively. Granadi still in Hoppers in third place. Muda with a bit better exit speed, does not get the proper setup, managing to, how did he manage to avoid hitting the wall on the outside with the left rear? In the meantime, Granadi also having a little bit of a moment there, 1.8 seconds down. It's down to Massa to keep the dream alive for Big, heading into the final part, the identity, the second snake run. Soldier, Muda, Massa going a little bit on 2 wheels, no, not quite. He's looking to have slowed down dramatically just before the final corner. Can he try to pull up a last-ditch attack? The answer is a no. Soldier wins with a .978. Muda second, 1.5 tenths down, and it will be on a score of 4-1 that the Alliance take the win versus Big. And Kai, I think we can both say that didn't really see that coming.
No, I think no one was seeing that coming, that Big loses 4-1, also losing on Valley. And I mean, that was just a great performance from Soldier and Muda on Twisted. So deserved victory there. Some maps, especially the first 2 maps, were very close, but then we had that 11-2 there as well. So this is just something that we have to keep our eyes on. So Alliance definitely are seed 1 or 2 in their group. So there you go. And also Big will be demoted to the lower bracket. They will play against the loser of the last match of this evening, which will be Gamers First versus KC. Yeah,
this is going to be an all-out French showdown to conclude the day, which is going to be something that a lot of people, including myself, are very much looking forward to, as we're going to be seeing the progression of the bracket. So you can see the first match, 4-0 for Solario, somewhat expected victory on the side of the Carl and Pac duo, and then on the right-hand side, 4-1 for the Alliance, a very strong statement of intent as well on the side of the duo of Muda and Soldier, to show that they're also in it to win it and try to keep on the great string of performances that they had in Stage 2 of the Trackmania World Tour.
Yeah, but all hopes are not lost for Big. They can still theoretically win the World Championship. But most importantly, we're gonna see who will win the upper semi-final 2 of Group A. It will be ITB versus Wild coming up. So Stuft and Wizzy versus Afi and Mime, and I'm looking forward to this match. It could be also a 4-0 or a 4-3 for all of those teams. You know, it will be a close match, and I do think, so that was my prediction, that ITB is also winning the World Championship this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty fair. I think there's a lot of potential contenders for a win here on this particular World Championship here, and I'm looking forward to see Wizzy on action, because Granadi is not the only wheelman here in Montpellier. This is going to be very interesting to see as we get a little bit of a gaze again at the Trackmania World Championship Cup that will be current the winning team, of course, at the end of Sunday's action.
Yeah, so, but before the match, we're gonna go into a small break. So we're gonna see you in 10 minutes. We will be right back.
Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. like that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Trackmania World Championship 2023. We were just done with our second game of the day and about to get set up for our third game between Wild and RTB. Just a quick final closure on this match that we witnessed between Alliance and Big. What a turnaround performance on the side of Moda and Soldier.
Yeah, Soldier with a great performance indeed. And I mean, the match could have gone either way, I would say, because it was very close on the first two maps. And I think if Granadi and Massa just kept that one through, this match could have also been a 4-2 or 4-3, and the momentum could have swung back to Berlin International Gaming. But like that, Alliance advances into the upper final and will play against the winner of Gamers First versus Kameen Corp, which will happen as the last match just after ITB versus Wild. Also an important match for both teams already. ITB with Afi and Mime looking quite solid, and also having the vice champion, the vice world champion in their lineup with Mime.
Indeed, yeah, Mime, who came up runner-up in the 2022 World Cup, being paired up with Afi, who's also a man of high standing in terms of the competitions that he's won. 2022, Bercy, Paris Accor Hotel Arena. He lifted the trophy alongside Gwen for the ZRT Cup 2022. His best finish in TMGL was a second place, of course, runner-up in the fall 2021 season.
Behind Pep.
And ITB are going to be looking with this lineup to kind of shake things up and try to finish the year on a high note, because 2023 has not been particularly kind for ITB in terms of the sporting results over the course of their Trackmania World Tour stages. But of course, they will be facing off against probably one of the hottest rising duos in the European region on the side of Wild, Stufts and Wizzy, formerly known as Airwalkers. Two-time regional champion during Stage 2, having won, I think, the second and third regional of that particular season. World's Rookie, first appearance, of course, in the Worlds. Camera 1, gamepad, camera 3 on the side of Wizzy with a wheel, and also playing with the actual speedometer on, playing proper cockpit sim racer style.
Yeah, the steering is so much different compared to the one from Granadi. Granadi going rather aggressive into those turns, but Wizzy, who's also a fine mapper in waypoint mapping, he builds very good maps, has built one map for my Endurance Cup that I hosted, and it was just awesome. So he's not only a good player, a wheel player, who plays with a lot of feeling, but also a great mapper. And I do look forward to that, because two worlds collide now, right? It's the uprising talents versus the already established players. We said that about Afi as well when he promoted into TMGL back in 2020 alongside with Gwen and Yannick's back then. And now it's their turn to decide and to also act, because they play on stage, they can perform under pressure. I've seen both players attending Comic-Con and also, for example, the Racer Summit where Stufts got second position.
Indeed, yeah. So, yeah, this is going to be very interesting, those two worlds colliding. In the meantime, I think we should give one more shout out to our sponsors here and our partners for this Trackmania World Championship, AMD, Alienware, and Caporal, without whom's contribution and support, events like this probably wouldn't be a thing in the first place. And just as a quick reminder as well, there will be a giveaway on Twitter on the side of Alienware, if I believe correctly. So make sure to check that whenever you can. As, yeah, I mean, 90 seconds to go before the picks and bans will be getting underway. And yeah, I think we should go into the predictions and see who everyone thinks will be taking the cake here.
Oh, yeah, I think this will be a hard match. But, I mean, I was wrong last time, and you were also wrong in that one. And Spam was correct, so that is something to consider. But I do think that this, like I can always say it will be a close match, but it all feels like, how will Stufts and Wizzy, like, enter this match? How will the first and second map will go? Will they win their pick? Can they even snatch away the pick from ITB in this case? And also, will the pick and ban will be won? Will it be a comfortable map order? And also, will we see a map that I really want to emphasize before the pick and ban? Will we see a dive?
Yeah, that will be a very big question mark that we will get to, whether we get to see dive or not, because this is essentially a pick that's Stutz really shone through over the course of the final day of the middle stage, if I recall correctly, where we saw this map being played in their match for survival, in a sense, in that middle stage as well. As, yeah, it's not really typically a map that we didn't see all that much to begin with.
6 times.
6 times over the course of the entirety of, I think,
28 matches.
Of 28 matches, indeed. That is quite a staggering statistic, just to kind of like wrap your head around, just to kind of like talk about map selections here.
Yeah, I mean, 6 times it has been in there, and I think they picked it 3 or 4 times, something around that. But to give a reference, Edge was in there 25 times, either being picked or banned. But let's go ahead and see what Stutz and Wizzy will ban here, as the first map is, or the first 2 maps will be banned. It will be backflip being out, so not being played. We have seen a new line there from Muda, which can be up to 0.3 faster. This small zoop that really gives you a lot, and also gives you a very good setup for that drift, but we're not gonna see it here. So that is the first ban. Now it is ITB's turn to ban a map and then also pick the first map, because they are the upper seat.
Indeed, they will have the luxury of dating the first pick on their hands, and they're quite carefully considering their options for bans as well. It's not an insta-ban as clear-cut as it may seem at first, but they decided to play the safe option and not let the opportunity for Wild's Dutch player to shine through, and thus the ban will go to die for that second ban. And first pick, courtesy of Afi, will be Twisted for our opening map, actually.
Yeah, and the answer is G-Force from Stutz and Wizzy. They looked very strong on this map as well. Stutz, having the world record just after the middle stage event with a 1:12.02, has been beaten, but I do think that he has improved more and didn't have to push it that much. Map number 3 will be Edge, the most played map, and also for me a make it or break it. So if you perform well on that one, you are good to go, and you can't just like snatch away this map from the opponents, because mistakes happen there quite frequently. The average per round on this map was 4 seconds away from the world record, and that is quite noticeable.
Indeed, it is quite a noticeable thing. Surf will be picked by Stutz on the part of Team Wild, thus leaving the third and final salvo of map picks to be initiated by ITB for the blue team. Cosmos, Tempest, Valley, and Tubes left in the running. And again, it's going to be slim pickings for that final salvo, maps 5 and 6, which could still play a very, very big factor when it comes to initiating a comeback in case of an early setback in one of your early picks. Tempest will be confirmed as map 5 by ITB. Now on to the 6th map, the final pick courtesy of one of the teams, and it will be coming up in a few seconds. Cosmos will be picked up as map 6, and map number 7, Tubes, will be called upon as the decider. I would love to see Tubes as well.
Yeah, so Stutz also had a world record on this map at any point of time, but also Surf being played for the first time, or will definitely be seen for the first time there. So an interesting pick and ban there. I think Twisted is definitely a good map for Afi and Mime to start things off of. But then G-Force after that. I think we're gonna see a best of 5 here, because those picks seem very good for the teams. But I was wrong on match number 2 as well. Let's see what the teams have prepared for that third match as well. Guys, we have 2 more matches today, and I hope you're enjoying the show and also the awesome production so far. So I just want to say thank you to the production as well. It has been a very good experience so far. I can
we can both attest to that. Yeah, we can definitely both attest to the quality of production that we are witnessing now.
So thank you very much, and let's see what the players have prepared, because there were 40 days between the last middle stage match and today. So that is quite a bit of time, and let's see what they have prepared on Tempest, Stutz, and Wizzy versus Afi and Mime.
And yeah, it is indeed going to be very interesting to see what these 2 teams have cooked up, as we're going to be starting off on Twisted for our opener, as chosen by Into the Breach. Again, this is a map that we've seen. It's not an uncommon thing to see Twisted as the opener map, and it feels like a bit more of a classical kind of style that
like
we see.
Slowdown.
Yeah, very big. It has flowy sections which are kind of broken apart by some very, very slow, contrived sections where you have to really, really be savvy with the placement of your car to actually make your way through the track as efficiently as you can. In the meantime, it is time to let the field loose and go racing. We are underway for ITB versus Wild, round 1, map 1, underway right here, right now, following the perspective of Mime through that opening sequence of corners, going very, very wide here at the CP just before the high-speed section. It will be Afi Mime first and second at the end of sector number 1 through the wall ride, following the perspective of Stutz, who's going to be toe-to-toe with his teammate Wizzy. Now to the first very heavy braking zone before the first hairpin and the start of the first snake run there on Twisted. Negative camber, left-hander followed by the banked right-hander, and a bit of a touch on the apex of that right-hander there, thus slowing down Stutz quite dramatically as we're making our way through this round, and Wizzy also being the first to be left by the wayside very significantly here as Afi and Mime first and second continue to impress their pace, but Mime looking to be a little bit in the danger zone right now for second place as Stutz is going wheel to wheel with and trying to carry a bit more speed at the entry into the hairpin in the start of the second snake run, the identity snake run here. Afi, Stutz, and Mime first, second, and third. Mime looking a bit slow at the exit of the penultimate corner, now the final corner. Everybody making it through nice and smoothly. 104.208 for Afi, winning ahead of Stutz. Mime in P3. Wizzy forced to respawn, so it will be a victory for ITB, who kick off on the right foot, 2-1, although maybe not in the way that they might have thought they could start.
Yeah, definitely. Afi not with the fastest time, they're being 0.7 away from the world record. Also, the skins seem to have loaded there. Let's check that. Yeah, there you can see the wild skin. And also, no, the skin from Afi is not there just yet, but it will probably be there on the next map. So you love to see that ITB skin there. Anyways, let's go to the next round. ITB with a very good start, and let's see what Wild can do as it is Mime off to a good start, finding himself in the lead. Wizzy on 4th position right now, so already losing quite a bit of time. The newcomers have to do some damage on this map, or maybe I think they can do damage, let's say like that, because they looked very, very good also during the wildcard event as well as the middle stage. But let's see, Afi and Mime still leading. Stutz going for the attack, low line there, so he will get more airtime and will lose more speed in exchange. Also clipping there, so Afi and Mime could get that AC in this round. And this looks also to be a very solid round. 0.21 checkpoint from Afi, 0.2 away from the world record, and Mime just overtaking his teammate there. He can get a small flick there in this corner, which Afi and Mime didn't utilize accordingly, but they also do not have to risk. But look at that time, a 103.99. From Mime, winning the round, and it's 5-1 on ITB's first map pick.
It didn't take long for us to get into the sub 104s, albeit by the tiniest of margins, but still, sub 104 we go at the end of that second round, and it will be ITB already at the halfway point for that opening map. 5-1 indeed, 4-point lead for Mime and Afi heading into round number 3, following the perspective of Wizzy for now through that very, very tight chicane, and that's a very tight second part of that chicane, that left-hander, which goes so wide, you always run the risk of either clipping the top of the CP or running too wide and thus hitting the side of the red booster block, which could compromise the entire run through the high-speed section. Through the first hairpin, we go from the side of Stutz, who got left behind a little bit. He will be finding himself about 3 to 4 tenths down compared to the leading group. Currently top and tail, it will be Afi, Mime, and Wizzy. First, second, and third. Wizzy trying to go on the assault versus Mime and Afi for the benefit of second or even first place here for that particular round, but he was a little bit slow from that triple right-hander exit, and so Mime and Afi will take advantage of that to capitalize and build up a little bit of a gap to give themselves a little bit of a cushion to manage the race from the front through the second snake run. It will be Mime taking over his teammate Afi, and Afi looking a little bit slow, Mime clumping a little bit on the inside. Wizzy promoted up from third to first in the first couple of corners, and it will be a 104.058 on the side of the Englishman to try and salvage a draw, and to indeed managed to salvage a draw. 6-2, still 4 points of a lead for ITB.
Very important that Wizzy capitalized there from 2 individual mistakes from Afi and Mime. Both with slight mistakes, they're losing out on a bit of time. Not fully crashing it, that is also not really... I mean, it's possible in the end if you get a nosedive, but just hitting a wall or readjusting also lose you valuable speed and time. So Wild not out on this map just yet, but Afi again with a very good start, finding himself in the lead, just followed up by his teammate Mime, who's not too far behind, only 300ths of a second. Good line there as well. Stutz and Wizzy not slowing down. We've also seen a different entry here into the drift that is coming up very soon from both Stutz and Wizzy, both getting some airtime, and with that entering the turn a bit wider. And with that, now Wizzy doesn't even get that according, but you can see it here. It's not really a good approach because you lose a lot of speed, but maybe Stutz feels comfortable with that. He lost 600ths of a second. Mime and Afi on great times, 0.11 and 0.15 checkpoints. That is very solid pace here from ITB on this map. This could be a 0.8 or a 0.7 if Mime gets a good ending. And also Afi still in there. That is a 0.8 here by the looks of it. And there you go. Afi and Mime will take it. Now 0.93. Maybe they sacrifice a bit of speed for a more safer approach. It's 9-2. Track point it is already Wild, they need to get 2 consecutive aces in a row and then at least a victory in the 3rd round after that. So it will be a mammoth test for them to win this map.
Right now, it is a very, very steep hill to climb at the very, very first map here for Wild. They need to switch it on as soon as possible. They need to basically snap their fingers and decide to drive out of their minds. Heading into the first sector split through the wall ride. Mime will be leading ahead of Afi by 53 thousandths, and the gap is roughly about 1/10 to 1/10.5 between first and last. Heading into the first snake run here through the way through the map. Started sector 2, and it will be Wizzy losing a lot of change and a lot of speed through that negative camber left-hander, so he will be relegated to about 3/10 away from the lead that is currently held by his teammate Stufts. But so far, top and tail is definitely not adding up in terms of points. Wizzy needs to claw that gap back, but now it's Stufts now looking to be under threat from both Afi and Mime, or more likely Afi more directly for the lead of the race. Mime a little bit a ways away, and this time it will be Afi cracking under pressure and going a little bit too wide at the entry into that chicane and into that hairpin a little bit earlier on. Stufts and Wizzy promoted up to first and second. Can Wizzy hold it off for dear life? And it is going to be the case for the Englishman, and thus first ace needed, 2 still to go for Wild to completely flip the script on its head.
Yeah, or a victory in the 2nd round to force overtime. So that is very important, but you love to see that the team is not giving up. A 0.2 and a 0.4 there respectively from Wild. So a very good time there, and it is Mime now leading off to a very good start. Also good approach there. Afi sacrificing a bit of speed, so Mimestein is a bit superior there, but still both with top class starts, and Stufts and Wizzy are 0.1 of a second behind. Looked like more because we are in a full speed section and the car goes very fast there, but like that it is not that much, because you can see the gap now between Afi and Wizzy is now 500ths of a second, and it doesn't look like a lot. However, Wizzy with a good line over in this section, but Mime off to a great start. This could be a 0.0 checkpoint. It's a 0.13, so again on great pace, and I think this is map 1 in the books here for ITB. Very good pace on Twisted, and this looks solid, and also a contention for a victory against Solary, I would say. But it's too early to say. It is day 1 and Mime with a mistake, but it doesn't matter because Stufts is getting second last position, but still a 10-7 sounds better than a 10-2 or 10-3. So good performance from Wild, and it was actually more closer than we actually thought eventually.
Yeah, it is a lot closer than we eventually thought, and yeah, good on Wild for really putting up a decent fight versus ITB here on that opening map. Now they're going to be heading onto their own map pick, which is going to be G-Force up next. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to see how both teams get on. Of course, we've already seen that previous mark from Jan getting a little bit shaved down on the part of Granadi with a 0.911. This time, let's see if we're can go even lower, maybe into the 0.8, 0.7s, or even 0.6s.
Yeah, imagine we're gonna see like a 0.3 or 0.2 on this map. It is possible if we combine the copium timer in that way, but I think it will be very hard for a player to do. But if not here, then when else should this happen? But let's go into the first round. Afi and Mime will play on Wizzy's and Stufts' first pick. It is G-Force. My 2 favorite maps have been played first and second, though. That is awesome to see that those maps have been in quite a bit. So G-Force, we've seen a lot of gaps here on this map as well, but players usually figured out this map quite well. And let's see, I hope the skin from Afi loaded. Yes, it did. So finally, there you have it. So all skins are there. So we also set then for day 2 and 3, so that is good to see. Unfortunately, Afi didn't have the best start, but he still finds himself in that battle for a good position. If he gets a good ice section here, this looks very clean from Afi, overtaking Wizzy here with ease and also minimizing airtime accordingly there, finding himself in the battle for 3rd place still. Stufts with a wide approach here, the former world record holder on this map is now leading, goes for a very wide line, has good speed. Let's follow that fight for 1st position. Stufts and Mime fighting it out. Stufts with a good entry here. Mime not with the best amount of speed, had to readjust clips as well. Wizzy will overtake Stufts in the lead, and this also looks to be a pretty solid time from Stufts. Let's take a look onto the ending. It could be the first 111 of this match. Yes, it is a 0.992 from Stufts. Wizzy on 2nd, and we start things off with an ace, but this time for Wild, you love to see it.
You love to see it, but for ITV, it is the case of a good round's worth of work completely coming undone at the very first part of the identity, at the very first wall ride U-turn. And this is something that's, yeah, it's still a little bit painful when that happens, especially that's a very, very slow exit from that first wall, right? That means that you end up basically clipping the very edge of the bobsleigh top of the wall with your left side. It just can be completely compromising your entire rest of your run and completely sending you to the back of the field, if not even further, heading into the next round. Afi first and second, Stufts in P3, Wizzy in P4 for now, the end of sector number 1, heading into the bobsleigh run right now. Through that very, very tight hairpin. Wizzy getting left a little bit behind. Afi, Stufts looking very, very tight as well. Afi not having had the best of buck slides at the exit of that bobsleigh run, so Wizzy takes advantage of that and actually comes off the better for wear from that particular section. Moving up to second.
No.
Oh, that's such a shame. Trying to go so far out wide to carry as much speed as possible through the corner. Did not pan out the way he intended it to be. And so far it will be Stufts and Mime, with Stufts completely flunking it at the ending of the first wall ride, having a very, very heavy landing, dropping him down to last place, well, third position rather, and that is going to be gifting the ace on a silver plate for ITB, who immediately even the scales.
Yeah, the counter ace from ITB there. Stufts was on a solid time as well. Could have been another 111 high or 112 low time from the Dutch player, the very young Dutch player. He plays the game, I think, for 3 years, as well as Wizzy. They both started with a new game, and he's 18 years, so like, he gained so much experience throughout this year, and also with the Racer Summit being a very good result for him just behind Epos. He just grew and grew throughout this year, also with the regionals working out in his favor together with his teammate, where they still played for Exalt TB. But let's jump into round number 3. So it is Afi and Mime with a good start. But again, Stufts being the gatekeeper for that first position. What a great round. And I think if Stufts doesn't make a mistake, he could win every round with ease. He's so far ahead already, 0.15 of a second, and that is just the beginning of the track. Look at that. His teammate also accompanies him here with a rather inside, and he went for a no-side there in some of those matches, but this is not really worth it because you can gear up, and also you don't want that speed really. But yeah, Stufts still leading the round, and it is Wizzy not too far behind. Afi with that first mistake, falling himself behind, but also Wizzy here with a rather direct line, clipping a little bit, but can still stay ahead of Afi there. And Stufts again on a great time, a 31.4. He had a 0.4 checkpoint in his world record that was set roughly 40 days ago. But Mime is pushing, but I don't think it will be enough, as Wizzy will lock in that third position. And Stufts with a great time. Will it be a new world record? No, not quite yet. It is a 0.94, but still 2.9 times in one match so far. And that was we only keep things starting.
That was only round 3 of all places. Indeed, it's only going to be getting faster and faster with every single round and every single matches that goes by, even on this opening day of the final stage. Remember, these are the opening games for the group stage. We're not even through this group stage and into the playoffs just yet, which is to say that we might be seeing some rather incredible runs and incredible times over the course of this weekend. Heading into our next round, it will be Wizzy being left a little bit behind through the bobsleigh run, and even earlier than the bobsleigh run. So first sector, he will be already half a second down compared to the leading trio of Mime, Stufts, and Afi. 1, 2, 3 through the cruise control we go, with Afi right now heading full outside dirt before driving back to the apex for this 90 left-hander before heading into the bobsleigh run. Whoa, that was way too much bobble on the side of Afi, and he clipped with the right rear. And also Stufts having completely messed up the ice slide. All sorts of shenanigans happening here on this particular round. And at the end of it all, Mime not having put a foot wrong will extend his lead to 2.2 seconds. And Afi managed to come out the winning man here in this situation, which will definitely tip the scales in favor of ITB due to the early demise of both Stufts and Wizzy throughout this round. Mime, in the meantime, 102.3. We might be expecting a 112.1 at the very end of this map. It is going to be a 112.5, actually. A little bit slower than expected, but still, with those trials and tribulations from Wild, Mime first, Afi second, ITB retake the lead.
So the more speed you lose before that last wall jump, it just stacks up. So that's why he lost so much there. And he could have also played the safe card. So ITB going into the lead, regaining control on this very hectic map. A lot of mistakes have happened after that dirt soup, but there it's really important. You can release or break a bit in order to just get around that corner a bit more inside. And Stufts off to a very good start here, finding himself again in the lead. Wizzy, however, is on last right now, but getting a good dirt soup with the first one of this map. Mime and Afi are fighting back though. and still are not out of this fight just yet. Actually going to the lead, overtaking Stubbs, who opt for a more inside approach. And now this crucial section, which decided the round beforehand, comes into play. Mime with a good approach. We see Stubbs with a mistake, and I do think that ITB could win this map if Wizzy cannot answer the pace from Afi and Mime in this round. This looks to be great. A .32 checkpoint from Afi here. We could see again, like every round it could be a new world record, but also Afi has good speed, a good entry there as well, also exits accordingly, and Mime is not too far behind either. What is Wizzy doing? He's not too far behind. He needs to get that second place. He needs to rely on a mistake, but it will not be enough, and Afi will win the round with a 1:12.15, so sacrificing a bit of speed, but setting a massive PB, minus 0.36 of a second to his former set PB. And there you go, it is ITV also winning map number 2.
This time the Knights of ITB have shown no chinks in the armor at all throughout that final round, led through and through by Mime and Afi over the course of that third and final sector, allowing them to get that second consecutive map on the board, which, when you're Wild, is definitely going to be a very massive setback, especially compared to a team like ITB, who are known, and a pairing who individually are known for pulling some incredible performances, but as a duo, they can also prove to be a very, very good, having a very good chemistry, and also pulling some insane performances together. As we're moving our way onto our third map, back onto an ITB pick we go, it will be Edge.
Yeah, so ITB winning against Wild on probably their strongest map is just showing how solid ITB is, so you love to see that, but also Wild should not put the head into the sand, as this could be a saying in English, but it's a saying in German, so this might have been awkward now, but it is what it is. So let's go into the first round and see if ITB can win their second map pick as well, as Mime and Afi getting a really good start. Stubbs, not with the best line there, was able to get through the jump, but lost the gear. Mime also with a mistake, and it is Mime also with a small touch there, or a small error that has happened to him, but still on the track. No one falling down, but this could still happen on this part here. But look at that part here from Wizzy, beautifully executed here from the player from the United Kingdom here, and he goes into the lead, regains control. Stubbs with a respawn though, and Wizzy now in need of that first position, but Afi with a very aggressive inside and almost hitting the triangle there, but was able to survive it here, and it is Wizzy fighting his way back to that first place. We go to the last section of the map. Afi still leading, but Wizzy with a mistake, jumping too far to the left, and it's Afi and Mime in the lead, and it is an AAAs to start off all things. And then look at that time here, 1:04.50. Only a couple of tenths away from the great world record from Gwen on this map.
Yeah, indeed, a .041 as you can see on the top right. And yeah, unfortunate for Stubbs, that very early mistake earlier on in the round, just before the reverse sector, that was already putting him 1.5 seconds down. And then that unfortunate misalignment from Wizzy at the very end, just before the last couple of jumps, is really what opened the floodgates for ITB to secure yet another ace in their books and start off strong here on Edge with a 3-0 score as we make our way through this particular jump with various experiences, let's say that. As we make our way through the first sector, it will be Wizzy surging ahead into the lead with Afi, Stubbs second and third, Mime a little bit further behind in P4, taking a little bit of a backseat in the proceedings, heading through that second sector. Down the hill we go, now onto the very tight bridge section before heading back up to the penalty sand. Little booster to clear the jump, and now onto the reverse section, getting a little bit higher on the side of Mime compared to the rest of the field. Wizzy, Afi, Stubbs, Mime managing to clear the jump and catapulted all the way back up the road. Afi taking over the lead from both Stubbs and Wizzy, and it will be Wizzy barely clipping at the left edge of the wall, and thus will be promoting Mime up into third, going very low at the transfer, makes it stick and goes toe-to-toe with Stubbs for second position. Stubbs continuing to hold on to that second position with all his might, and he manages to make it all the way through till the end, thanks to a bit of a slower final sector from Mime. 0.528 again, consistent 0.5s, low 0.5s on the side of Afi in the first two rounds. No ace, but still a decent opportunity to continue widening the gap. 5-1 in favor of ITB.
Yeah, consistent and fast pace here from Afi. Just driving 0.5s as it is nothing. So good performance from him, only half a second away from that world record from Gwen. So you love to see that. Had a very close start there. I was like, oh my god, how did he not crash there? But he was able to survive. It is Stubbs with the first mistake. Had to respawn, was not judging the drift accordingly. And now it is Wizzy alone battling against the ITB players, Afi and Mime. But look at that, Afi extending his lead, but also Wizzy with a good amount of speed. Mime steering in too early. What a good recovery there of not hitting that tree, steering to the left there. So that was, like, it looked so easy, but it wasn't. So great recovery and great reaction speed there from Mime, who's still ahead of Stuft. So this could become important. And those small things really matter in this kind of format. Also getting first position, but also like just staying ahead, staying alive, and not hitting the tree in that way. However, it is Wizzy versus Afi. Afi with a good line, but Wizzy has a good entry as well, has a bit more speed, can maybe overtake, but Afi will take the 3 out of 3 here, and another good time. A .82 is enough. Mime getting third, so it's 7-1. It could have been 6-1 if Mime hit the tree there.
Yeah, that save was very much a quick reflex check on the side of Mime there. Maybe not quite, maybe not the heartbeat jump. I mean, these guys are pretty much unfazed at this point in time. But yeah, maybe a little bit of a weird moment, it has to be said, for that particular save, but Mime got away with it, manages to slot himself in third. So far, so good. In the meantime, heading into round 4, we could be heading into a 4-round deal here for ITB as long as they score the ace. So far, Mime and Afi first and third for now, with Stuftz right in the middle into the mix. Also, what a jump on the side of Afi. Also, Stuftz looking very, very close to disaster as well, but Afi, with the speed he carried through, gets ahead of both Stuftz and Wheezy for second position right there. Moving on to the reverse section with Mime entering into a firm lead of 3/10 over his teammate, heading into the red booster. And Afi continues to widen the gap before the start of Sector 3. The gap has now widened to 6/10 between first and third, and 3/10 between second and third. Right now, the outcome is looking more than grim for Wild as we're heading through the last couple of jumps. Mime still leading quite comfortably, half a second over his teammate, taking the individual win with a time of a 104.288. Strong time from the Polish driver from ITB. Afi 4/10 down and 2/10 up on Stuft, so it will be a 10-2 for ITB here on this third map.
And stone cold reaction there from Mime as well after that amazing time, quarter of a second away from the world record. So what a good time to end it off here. It was 10-2 there on this map. What a great performance there from ITB. They looking solid. And now we go to map number 4. We're gonna see it for the first time here. It is Surf. Surf as the first map. And I said it, and I don't know why. I think there will be any new line here. I don't know why, but this map has so much room. I do think that there will be a new line.
Yeah, there will be a new line, but also plenty of taking for opportunities, particularly with the reactor boost, because the way the reactor glider works is that you don't have that much of a turning radius when you actually glide over the water. What you have to do is press the brake to actually get to the car to pivot so that you can actually give it the proper line, first through the chicane at the start of Sector 2, and then, most importantly, at the final hairpin, when we've seen so many last-ditch overtakes happen, so many snipes change the course of entire rounds, or even maps and even matches sometimes happen at that very last corner. In the meantime, we are underway for round 1 here on map 4 of this series. First sector is done through the slalom. Stuftz, Afi, Mime, and Wizzy at the split, but the positions are going to continue to shuffle around checkpoint after checkpoint. Mime, Stuftz now locked in battle for first place, and we see also Wizzy trying to make a for force to be reckoned with in this battle, along with Afi as well. Everybody trailing each other by about maybe 4 to 5 hundredths between each other, and that means we only have a 1/10.5 of a gap between first and last. Stuftz trying to make a bit of a breakaway one for freedom. A bad entry into the glider on the side of Mime. Wizzy trying to go for broke, moving up into second place ahead of Afi. Stuftz continuing to hold a steadfast lead. Afi versus Wizzy. This is going to be the battle to decide whether an ace is attributed, and the answer is that yes, an ace. And what a time on the side of Stuftz. 0.597, just 600ths away from Pack's record.
Yeah, and also we have seen an improvement of time there as well in this round from Mime, who wasn't able to beat both Wild members. They're getting that ace, the ace that they were in need of. The G-Force also started like that, but then a disaster happened. So let's hope it will not be the case in this round. We had an ace answer from ITB in round number 2 on G-Force, but also keep in mind, if ITB wins this map, the match is over. And we're gonna jump into the last match of the day after a small break, but it's too early to say because Stuftz and Wizzy are not giving up. That was also their mentality on map number 1, but now we already see that first mistake being done by Wizzy. Let's see if Stuftz can deny some points towards Afi and Mime, who are currently on first and second place, but Stuftz had a very good identity in the past round. And also here, a very aggressive approach, but gets the Fragile. You have a reactor boost up section with Fragile attached. So if you hit a wall, your car steering is locked and it's hardly controllable. And there you go, Mime and Afi both with new PBs. Minus 0.3 for both of them. So, well, I mean, a 0.68 and a 0.8. Really fast from them, and it's the counter ace again.
Yeah, counter ace. All that work from round 1 coming undone, and allowing the ITB team to retaliate, as it were, for that opening ace on round 1 from Wild. Heading into round 3 will be Afi with a really good 180 buck slide to head into that little reactor section, so he will be leading ahead of his teammate Mine, who's locking horns with Wizzy at the moment. Everybody regrouped at the exit of the loop through that footbath section, as I like to call it, because you barely have the top of your helmet sticking out of the water. And yeah, after that, through the dirt and the plastic into the first sector, it will be Wizzy, Afi, Mime, Stups at the splits, separated by 400ths of a second before the first chicane through the reactor glider. Wizzy managing to make the most of it and take the lead of this particular round. Afi in second, Mime in third. The gaps are starting to wind back up. It's sort of accordion effect as corners come and go and as checkpoints come and go. But Wizzy trying to break that sort of accordion effect chain as he tries to build a bit of a gap for himself, but he has a really bad entry into the glider, allowing Afi to move up into the lead. Wizzy into second, and now Mime in third. Currently having a battle with Schufts for the benefit of that third position. Afi versus Wizzy to the line! Is it enough for Wizzy? The answer is a yes. What an ending from the Englishman, allowing himself to move up into first place. And also Stuft's third place is very important because it allows Wild to retake the lead, albeit by 1 point.
Yeah, 300ths of a second. They were decided between a victory and a draw. So Wild going into the lead, 5-4. They're halfway through this map, but they need to perform. ITB still securing a lot of points in the last couple of rounds, especially with that ace in round number 2. Round number 4 undergoing. Footbath section is actually a nice way of saying that, so I'm gonna implement that as well. So I really like that. But let's see what Stufts can do. Again, very good pace from him, from the Dutch player, and he shows insane pace. But sometimes the last bit is missing to pull this round through. But now it is Afi falling a bit behind. Mime finding himself in that battle with Stufts and Wizzy. Both are needing an ace here to even walk further away, but also a victory would be okay. Now it's really important to get a speed boost from the reactor boost section. Mime didn't get that, so it is Stufts and Wizzy on first and second. Let's follow along Mime's POV for the ending. Can he snipe 1 or even 2 players here in the ending? Good line, it is Stufts, it is 2 players, and it will be the victory for ITB, equalizing the scoreline. And that's what I mean, Wild is missing that last bit. And it could have been an ace, but that is a victory instead.
That final turn, I wonder if there was a little bit of a touch at the apex on that second half of the hairpin, which is what would have sent Stufts way out wide on the collision course with the final wall, the final hurdle before the jump into the finish line, allowing ITB to even the scales once again, 6-6 here on this map. Heading into our next round now, following the perspective of Wizzy, Stufts and Mime second and third. Afi a little bit behind in P4 through this footbath hairpin before going through the dirt, downhill, and then back onto flats. Stufts managing to make the most of it to move into the lead at the end of sector 1. Mime in second, Wizzy and Afi third and fourth. Mime slowing down a fair bit, having his own approach, trying to salvage a somewhat sticky situation, maybe a bit of an awkward line approaching that chicane. But so far it will be Wizzy coming away with a really, really great plastic section afterwards to move up into P2. Goes way too wide and barely grazes the wall with his left rear, but the acceleration penalty is enough to penalize him greatly. Afi getting a little bit of a splash just like Mime had last round, but in the meantime, it's still looking to be on course for a draw on the side of ITB unless Stufts bungs up this final corner. The answer will be a no this time around for Stufts, who comes away as the round victor with a .770. But Afi and Mime, second and third, where they need to be to let the status quo stand, putting themselves on both map point number 4 and match point as well.
So Wizzy playing in camera 3, so he might have not seen this outside wall coming into play, but by feeding you just know when you crash into the wall and whatnot. So unfortunate there. It was looking like a good round for Wild, but they were not able to get this one through. Anyways, let's jump into the next round. Track and match point playing against each other at 7-7. An ace would result for ITB, would result into this match being over, and an ace would result for Wild, would result us to go to map number 5. Let's focus on this round because Stufts with a mistake. Oh, Wizzy on third. Wizzy has to act. Stufts had great pace, but also Mime and Afi sometimes missing out on the zoom on this map. If it's a round where they should do it from Wild's perspective, it's this round. However, Wizzy fighting back, going back into that fight for first position. A second place is enough, not touching the wall. Very, very good exit there. It is so close though between them. Wizzy, Mime and Afi are fighting it out, but now Wizzy not getting the zoop. Afi and Mime just have to survive, and it's also fragile for Wizzy, and that is all she wrote. ITB will win against Wild 4-0. What a great performance from the Swiss and the Polish player.
1:00.785, the game-winning round time on the side of ITB, and what a display of performance they've put on here, Afi and Mime. Guaranteed at the very least C2 in their group as well. They will have, of course, to play one more match Saturday to determine their actual seed, and that means that we are going to have a showdown for the third seed on that particular group between both Split and Wild. This is a match I'm very, very much looking forward to. I don't know about you.
Yeah, but also what I'm looking forward to the most is the first match of tomorrow. It will be Solary versus ITB, which could also be a grand final. This will start at Saturday, 4 p.m. CET. And again, huge shout out to our sponsors, Caporal, Alienware, and AMD, who are making this World Championship possible and are supporting it, or like are contributing to it, let's say like that. So thank you very much for that. But guys, we have one more match for this evening. It is Gamers First versus KC versus Kameen Corp.
Brandon Otak versus Gwenin Binks, an all-out French derby to close out the day here on this first day of action in the final stage. This is a matchup that a lot of people have been excited for because Gwen, of course, coming off fresh off of his victory at Ascension as well. We had Otak first solo title for the Kameen Corp at XP Evo a little bit earlier on in September. And yeah, Brennan Binks, who are going to be looking to push themselves and their teammates even further beyond than they have ever done over the course of the World Tour to try and go for that place in the top seed, as well as try to go for the playoffs later on in the run.
Yeah, so the players are hungry, and I'm really looking forward to the last match of this evening. We're gonna see you after a 10-minute break for that. And we are back with the final match, or with the last match of this Friday evening. It will be Karmine Corp versus Gamers First. To be honest, I do not really know what to expect from both of those teams, because Gamers First, of course, having Gwen in their team, who just won the Ascension tournament and just looked very strong. And also in the last World Championship, he had a quite disappointing 14th position.
Yeah, I think he wants to have a closure finally on this World Championship after 2 attempts in 2021 and 2022 where effectively results didn't really go the way that he would have expected it to be. And also G1, which we're going to be coming back later to, have had a pretty strong middle stage. But in the meantime, let's take a look at the Karmine Corp, probably one of the most heavily supported teams in the entirety of the Trackmania circuit. Bren and Otak, 24 and 18 respectively. Cam 1 and Cam 3, both gamepad players. Bren, of course, 2019 ZRT Cup winner along with Carl Jr.
Yeah.
4th place in Team MGL, 4th place for both of them, 4th place in Team MGL, and Otak, a very, very worthy finalist as well during last year's World Cup in solo.
Yeah, he got in there as well as Mime, both of the newcomers promoting into TMGL in 2021, made it into the World Cup final in 2022. Let's see if they can do it this year as well, because we have seen Mime already with a very solid performance, but also, you know, the others, like all teams, looking very, very good so far. And I do think that we're gonna just continue that streak. Hopefully not a streak where matches have been decided with a 4-1 or 4-0. I hope to expect a closer match, and we're gonna see map number 6 again.
Yeah,
but
I hope we get to see map 6 or maybe even map 7. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? That would be great. But let's jump into the other team, which is Gamers First. So it is Binks and Gwen playing in there.
Binks and Gwen, indeed. Both of them having had some prior Grand League experience. Of course, over the course of the year in 2023 rather, they've had 3rd place finishes in Stage 1 and Stage 2. Of course, Gwen, it's not his best finish. He came 2nd in the fall 2020 season, sorry, in just coming 2nd best to Carl Jr. and of course Ascension winner. And in the middle stage, this is one of those teams that you just don't really know what to expect from them, because they have been keeping very, very quiet. They play the submarine game where they keep themselves very, very stealthy in the way that they actually prepare for this event, and then they just snap at the snap of the fingers, start to pop off in
like a predator.
some insane times, indeed. As we witnessed Gwen during the middle stage driving a 104.04 on Edge.
Or maybe you guys still remember when Gwen was playing Launchpad back in the day, where it was still a 2-lapper, also 6-lapper plate, but he played so well on there. People did not understand how he's so fast on this map. So that is just a great performance from Gwen. And of course, a lot of players just do practice offline. So this is just how the nature of Trackmania is going. But before we continue, we really want to give a shout out to our sponsors, Alienware, AMD, and Caparel, for heavily contributing towards this event. So thank you very much for making this World Championship 2023 of how it is. Without that, would have not been the case that we have this happening. So thank you very much. And also there's a giveaway that is happening on the place of the Alienware's Twitter account. You can check that out as well.
All right, indeed. Thank you once again to our partners for making this event, for coming together with their contribution and making this event possible. Indeed, as I don't know. I think we should head into the predictions, because it's going to be a little bit antsy indeed. As I think we should just get one final round down of the bracket before we get stuck into the action of this game in a few minutes' time. So here's the rundown so far for the day. For those of you who just came in, Solary coming in with a 4-0 victory versus Team Split as the opening game. Then on the second semi-final that we played over in Group B, Alliance versus Big. Alliance coming in very, very hot with a 4-1 win versus Massa and Granari. And then the last match that we just played, ITB versus Wild. ITB came home the victor with a pretty dominant clean sweep 4-0 victory. But all the time, it's always been a game of margins on some of the maps that Wild have lost.
Yeah, so this was a very good performance from for those teams indeed. But to give a foreshadowing for tomorrow, because we're going to have 4 matches that will take place and also set the tone, because we have the first match taking place, which is the upper final of Group A. It is Solary versus ITB. Then we have the upper final of Group B, which will be the winner of this match against Alliance, and then the lower matches will take place. Firstly, Split versus Wild, and then the loser of this match against Berlin International Gaming. So those 4 matches will happen tomorrow, and then we also have determined our top 6 going onwards into the single elimination bracket on Sunday.
Indeed, and the placing here at the end of the Saturday matches is also going to be very, very important, because how you finish in the upper final or lower final, of course, determines your rest of your journey in this World Championship. Of course, with the upper final, you have a little bit of a safety net behind you with C2. In the meantime, once you're in the lower final, the safety net is off. You have to absolutely fight to keep yourself in it for this World Championship, and it will be very, very interesting to see, Kai, how these teams try to navigate that sort of threat of elimination this early on in the weekend.
Yeah, they have to thread the needle through there because one match is solely missing compared to the other double elimination group stages that we just had. Because usually there was also a lower bracket semifinal that took place that is now erased to just also reward the teams that won a upper bracket match and also avoid rematches over and over. So this is just very important to understand in this way. This caught me off guard a little bit in my preparation of casting. My chat was pointing that out in that way, but I'm happy that we have that change in there. But as I said, a victory in the first match is really, really important.
Indeed, it is the most important thing of all if you want to get a more smooth run through your World Championship aspirations. As we get started with the picks and bans for G1 versus the Karmine Corp. First ban will be going the way of the Karmine Corp, who decide to ban Valley, immediately followed by the dive ban from G1, who will then be following up with the first pick in a few seconds' time, which leaves Tubes, Cosmos, Tempest, Surf, Edge, G-Force, Twisted, and Backflip in the running. Still plenty of stuff to choose from. And yeah, Twisted is looking like a pretty enticing pick, but maybe reserved for later as Binks decides to lock in Cosmos for map 1.
Yeah, Cosmos, the world record holder from, so Binks and Gwen are teammates, and Gwen is the world record holder on this map. Even though Pack set a very good time on this map, it wasn't enough. And then we can see Surf as map number 2, being picked by Otak and Bren, and then Edge being picked by Gwen and Binks. Tempest as map number 4, so it's getting very fast here. And now we have 2 final picks. And you can also see that Gamers First is seed number 1 because they picked the map first. And there you go. We can see Twisted as well being picked by Binks as well. So you love to see that. And now the last pick will come into play. Tubes, G-Force, and Backflip are still open. And Tubes will most likely be the last pick, yes. And the decider, as always, is Backflip. This has happened so often that Backflip is the decisive last map. And what better part, or what better match would be a 7-map decider than this one, with Backflip being the decider?
Yeah, this is basically just a staple decider map that the randomizer decided to give us with Backflip. But yeah, we've witnessed basically just power picks on the side of G1. Cosmos locked in at map 1, then we see, of course, Edge locked in map 3, and then map 5 Twisted. So in case of a temporary setback by losing one of the maps 2 or 4, maybe even one of their own picks, they can retaliate, and they can retaliate really, really hard, given how much pace Gwen has been showing on Twisted especially.
And I think Power Pick is a really good way of putting that, because this map has a 70% win rate if you just pick it as a team. So that is important to know, or something around that 70% ballpark in this way. But we're going to start soon here with the first map, and also Valley being a ban. So quite unique pick and ban there, I would say. But I'm looking forward to see what Gwen can do on any map. Gwen is always there to just set an insane time that no one really understands besides him.
Yeah, he's there to become the alien, basically, as we've colloquially come to know him over the course of his Trackmania career, over the course of his different competitions that he's participated in, as we're getting ready to get started here on our opening map that is going to be Cosmos, of course, with the top-down sections, including that long identity. It takes about the best part of 10 seconds to complete. That will allow us to give us a good overview into the sort of times that are possible over there. 112.886, the current record from Gwen, as we're about to get started right here, right now. Time to let the field loose and go racing for one final time here today. G1 versus the Karmine Corp is now go as we make our way through round 1, following the perspective of Gwen, going a little bit close to the outside wall there just before the chicane down to the hairpin right there. And that's a bit of a heavy bonk and a heavy slowdown as well on the side of Gwen as he regains control of his motor. It will be promoting Otak up into the lead of the race. Bren, in the meantime, being left quite severely in the background, about a second down, even further than that, 1.6 seconds down on the battle for the lead currently raging between Gwen and Otak. 2 players from Brittany, from the region that I'm from, currently battling it out for that particular race win. That will be guaranteeing the point for either team, and also potentially validating an ace if G1 play their cards right, although it looks as though that will not be likely a scenario to happen, as Binks is currently confined in 3rd place. Same for Bren in P4, but now Gwen and Otak just continuing to trade places, checkpoint after checkpoint, heading into the water-bound section before the Scandi flick. 180 right, trying to scrub as much water off of your tires as you can to regain as much grip as you can. It is a 103.555 to kick things off between Gwen and Otak, going toe-to-toe, wheel-to-wheel before the final part of the map. Gwen barely touching on the pole, more rather stop picking onto the pole, promoting Otak into the lead, and thus that will be ending the round onto a draw with a 113.448 for Otak. Starting in a little bit of a tame fashion, maybe.
Yeah, so this wasn't the fastest round. Also, this mistake was not really... So Gwen tried to push, but it was not really lethal in that way because it ended in a draw anyway. So Gamers First versus KC starts off with a draw. And let's see what the next round has to offer here. As we can see, there's no jump. We have seen people going for a jump, but I think everyone then figured out that a no jump can be faster, even though the gear is very tricky to hold in that section. Looks like Gwen, Bren, Otak and Binks are fighting it out, as we also see our beautiful sponsors there, AMD, Ryzen there in this way, and also Alienware. So that is awesome to see, and then Caporal on the side. So you love to see that, and again, thank you for contributing towards this event. Anyway, let's go into the round and see what Gwen can do. Gwen has made a mistake, so he's behind, and now it's between Bren, Otak and Binks. Binks with a good line, but also Otak with a mistake will be able to clear the speed check, but has problems with the gear, and Gwen will overtake. So this could be a victory for Gamers First, as Binks is leading ahead of Bren. Also not the fastest checkpoint. It is okay. I mean, we're comparing with Pack's pace, and also Gwen is so risky, super far on the inside. And with that, the victory goes to KC in exchange, because Gwen just went way too inside in this corner, trying to push too much.
Yeah, twice on the trot as well, 2 times in 2 rounds, and that's just a little brush of the first pole on that final right-hander that just continues to accentuate the turning radius of the car, that sends him head-on into the second pole that really does him in, and that is essentially what is going to be costing a few points there on the side of G1 on that second round. Heading to round number 3 now. Oh, that was a bit of a shaky exit from the hairpin from Gwen. He was completely all over the shot at the exit, looking to be a little bit slow, but also on the side of Bren, we're not looking to have had a pretty good plastic part, so he will be relegated to 4th place right now, about 6 tenths down compared to the top placing player, that being Binks, trying to put a little bit of a cushion between himself and the battle for P2, raging between Otak and Gwen, both trying to make the gap a little bit tinier, trying to shrink it a little bit more to make it a 3-way fight for the lead of the race. Gwen continuing to hold on to the lead, actually taking the lead away from Binks rather, who was holding it up until this point. Otak trying to make it a little bit of a troublemaker role and trying to play his cards right as well, trying to go for the overall round win to salvage the status quo for the Carmine Corp. Currently Otak and Binks leading in the splits, 0.312 here at the splits. Oh, way too early on the entry there for Binks, and that's a heavy crash, forcing him to respawn. That is going to be categorically giving the round away to the Carmine Corp. 113.151, solid identity on the side of Otak there, closing in less than 10 seconds. Bren in 3rd place will guarantee that KC will continue to widen the gap that tiny bit more.
Another individual mistake from Gamers First there in the identity. This could have been 5-3 for them, but the tables have turned just after, or just in the identity, and they have given away those points and also just deducted, so the discrepancy could have been working out in their favor, but this is not the case here. But nothing set in stone so far, as we can see 2 players not holding the gear. Gren and Bren fighting it out. Binks and Otak losing the gear there, losing a bit of speed. As you can see, it's 0.4 of a second in that case, but Binks made a bigger mistake, as he is 1 second behind the leader, which is Gwen. Gwen with an aggressive approach. Bren tapping the brake, and that is a great find there, a good line. Maybe also a bit easier to trigger that line across that section, and Bren finds himself fighting for first and currently is leading, so they could again extend their lead with a consistent performance, whereas Gamers First are just maybe pushing a bit too much in those corners, or maybe feeling overconfident, you don't know, or it's just not working out in their favor. We can just speculate about that, but so far it is Gwen going for the attack, having a bit more speed by the looks of it. Good approach here from Gwen. Bren is going, or is demoting to 2nd place, but again, it is Gwen risking too much, but also Binks with a mistake, so it's an ace for KC. And that's what I mean. Individual mistakes and maybe too much risk in the end. So Gamers First cannot gain control on their first pick.
Yeah, indeed, and to sum it up, it looks like maybe a little bit of a sign of overdriving on the part of G1, trying to string together the perfect run at every single time, trying to show, trying to brute force their way basically into making their way into impactful point positions, but ultimately just tiny slip-ups and tiny misalignments here and there, but that occur every single round. Case in point, that little slowdown from Gwen here at the exit of the hairpin is costing him big time. Otak, although kind of allows Gwen to compensate for that by having a little bit of a slow exit from the plastic, and a very, very bad entry, a huge backflip on the side of Gwen, completely bringing him to a stop and thus completely invalidating the good work that G1 have done over the course of this particular World Championship for now. And not having had the best of first maps, map openers not looking to be too great. That first pick might have come back to bite them quite heavily as Bren, Binks, and Otak currently sit still in 1, 2, 3. It's all down to Binks to try and salvage a draw from this situation there. He's still within striking distance of Bren right now, within a tenth of a second, heading into the long 180 right-hander after the water bounce. Binks continuing to still stay in second position. Otak quite a ways behind in third place, looking to guarantee that place and wait for a mistake to happen. That happens on the part of Binks, going full on into the pole. 113.195 on the side of Bren. Otak in second. It will be an 11-3 scoreline for KC, who take their first map, and maybe not quite the best showing. No, definitely not the best showing that we've seen G1 have.
Yeah, a lot of mistakes there from them. They could have gained control there, but they were throwing it away eventually. And then also very consistent performance from Otak and Bren on that last round. So that was good. Winning the pick from Gamers First. So KC going into the lead. And now we go to their first pick, which is Surf.
Surf, indeed. This is a map where Karmine Corp have had a lot of history, and this is actually the map where they actually validated their ticket to Montpellier when they played versus Split, at the time known as Robbers. They managed to get a really, really solid round, especially Otak. The final round was looking very, very hotly contested. Ultimately, the Karmine Corp prevailed with that particular round finish. I think it was first and third that Otak and Bren came through in that order to validate their spot in Montpellier, as we're getting underway right now for map 2, going through the loop from the perspective of Binks from team G1. Exit of the loop, heading into the footbath. Very, very heavy slowdowns. You graze over the water before finally settling down at the bottom of that footbath. Gwen, Bren, first and second, going toe-to-toe through the first split. Binks in third, and Otak quite a ways away behind, actually. 3/10 down in P4. Through the chicane we go. First reactor glider part, heading into the plastic that comes just after this. And look at this. It's still locked horns between Bren and Gwen for the lead of the race. Currently advantage to Bren, but by one very slim margin. 51 thousandths of a second. Heading into the third final sectors. Otak looking slow, not having the best setup for the outside dirt line. Gwen having the splash at the entry into the glider part, marking the beginning of the identity right there. Bren allowing himself to widen the gap to 2/10 before the final hairpin, and it will be a gingerly, I say gingerly, 0.765 for Bren, taking the individual win. But because KC are top and bottom, they are not able to take the lead for themselves, and thus it is a draw. 1-1 at the end of round 1.
But also Gwen and Binks finally being able to survive both an identity. So it is a draw, even though Bren set a good time there, is 7.65, being a new PB for him. So it is 1-1. And let's jump into round number 2 as Bren as well gets a good start. So you can see maybe why they've picked this map. They feel comfortable on that, but also Otak didn't have the best of rounds beforehand, losing out on a little bit of time, but he can bounce back and redeem himself in round number 2. But also Gamers First are prepared on this one. But let's see, as we approach the last bit of the track. Bren not with a good drift, but even worse, it hit Binks, who made a mistake, so he's behind. But let's focus on that fight for that first position between Gwen and Otak. Otak with a good line, but Gwen with a mistake. Reminds you of that mistake that Wizzy was doing in the previous match.
That little wall rush, yeah.
Yeah, one of the previous matches, but still, Binks and Gwen also made mistakes. So it is KC first and second place. And again, it is consistency over occasional good times or occasional world records. 101.25. This might be one of the slowest winning times on this map that we have seen. And KC with another ace extends the lead. It is 4-1, and Gamers First right now does not really look to play their A game.
Yeah, and it looks like Slow and Steady wins the race so far for the Karmine Corp, who are taking advantage of that overdriving that we were talking about earlier on Cosmos to really spot the sort of weak links in the actual chain of performance that G1 are looking to bring to the table to actually strike at any opportunity to bring those points back on the side of KC. And so far, so good. That has netted them in 1 map win and 1 ace here on Surf as we're going through the first sector. It will be Bren, Otak, Binks, 1, 2, 3. Gwen a little bit further behind in pursuit, about a 10th down compared to the leading trio going through the reactor chicane right now. Exit this time. Binks has made the wrongs right from the previous round, avoiding to hit the flag mast at the very edge of the track. Otak and now Binks trying to make a bit of a statement for himself, moving up into the lead of the race at the exit of that long, wide right-hander in the dirt, marking the start of Sector 3, and the identity now very close to the outside wall there on the side of Binks before heading into the glider. Otak and Bren, Gwen, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th respectively. This could be down to a one last-ditch effort through the hairpin. Binks manages to keep the lead for himself, but that is a very unfortunate end for Gwen, who could really have sprung a real good surprise and maybe have snatched 3rd or even 2nd place away from the Carmine Corp, but still, what a time from Binks, 0.824. But again, top and bottom is not really serving the cause of G1 here.
Yeah, they need to get at least 1st and 3rd position, so that is very unfortunate for them. Only 0.1 of a second though as well between 1st and 3rd in that round. So Binks and his teammate Gwen, they need to step up, but also Brennan Otak on the other hand with a good, solid, consistent performance, doing what is just required to win the rounds and extend their lead and hold on to that. But in this round, it is Binks getting a good start, but where's his teammate? Gwen is behind, but capitalizes from a mistake from Bren. So this could be a huge round for Gamers First. But it looks like Otak has something to say there because he is not too far behind. Binks has a good entry into the dirt outside corner, extends his lead here. A lot of speed has been accumulated by the young French player. And look at that. It is still a good fight coming into play between them because Gwen is slowly but surely catching up. But Otak with a better approach, also coming closer to Binks here. Can this be enough to overtake him? No, it will not be. But it is a victory for Gamers First. But also 1 point for KC. who are coming closer to that 10-point threshold that they need to surpass or reach in order to win the map.
Ultimately, in terms of net maths, they will be advantage to the G1 at the end of this particular round with a .985 courtesy of Binks for the round winning time, and now managing to bridge the gap back up to 2 points. This is a sort of opportunity that won't come as often as G1 might be looking to have it happen, but these are the sort of opportunities they need to seize at any point whenever they are on a KC pick. Also, maybe trying to make some of their own luck and trying to bring in a few upsets here and there, and not just rely on mistakes and breadcrumbs of opportunity from the Carmine Corp side to try and capitalize on that and actually get a map win on their books. They need to really step up to the plate and try to bring something more than cromulent in terms of consistency and pace altogether. Heading through the first sector, we see Bren, Gwen, Otak, and Binks through the split, and will be Binks being a little bit left behind. 3/10 down. We do see quite significant airtime on the side of Bren, which will be relegating him down to last position at the present time. Gwen and Otak, the battle of the man from Brittany, will be raging on for the lead of the race. Currently, it's advantage Gwen, currently sitting about a 10th ahead of Otak, but does get the bat splash at the entry into the glider, allowing Otak to move up into the lead of the race. And now it's going to be Gwen a little bit on the back foot, allowing Binks to move up into second place. Can he bring a surprise towards the final corner? The answer is going to be a no. Otak wins with a .928. Binks and Gwen second and third, managing to keep the 2-point gap standing, but now this is where it starts to get a little bit dangerous. KC on map point number 2.
Yeah, still a very good round here for KC, just holding on and defending a good round from both Binks and Gwen. So Otak saving the day there. And let's go into the track point round for KC. If they get an ace, this map is over and the pick from KC goes into their favor. So let's go and see who will take that. World record on this map still, a .532 by Pack, who we're gonna see tomorrow will playing against our fellow team that has been performing so well against ITB. So I'm looking forward to that. ITB versus Solary will be a great match, and I do think that we're gonna see hopefully more than 5 maps there, because right now also in this match, after seeing Bren and Otak's performance just being consistent and on point, this could be another 4-0 or 4-1, but of course it's too early to tell, also due to Gwen's attack here, which is just a great line here, overtaking Bren. So you love to see that, and that is also the victory for Gwen, for the Wonder Child, at least that's how he was called. Right now he's 19 years old, but he already played on a high level of Trackmania when he was 14, 15. and even was playing online with the year of 5. Maybe you've seen the video from Eric Holdal back then.
Back when he was 4 years old, actually.
4
video
years,
captured by his dad, which has become a bit of a famous video within the Trackmania community, and even a little bit outside of the Trackmania community, I would dare say. But yeah, coming back to Gwen
viral,
in the previous round, showing a pretty strong time of 0.895, if I recall correctly. But due to Binks' mishap a little bit earlier on during the round, G1 not able to capitalize on that to continue bridging the gap back up to a bit more of an even footing. So now they really need to start really stomping on the gas and try to really get something get together there as Otak goes somewhat close to the flag mast. Oh, that's unfortunate. It was Binks in the lead who barely touched the outside of the wall. And that might be sealing the fate of G1 through that map, although we do see Otak slowing down quite dramatically through the dirt left-hander. Brent continuing to hold the lead. It's all down to Gwen to try and pull up a snipe of the century to try and extract one more round here on Surf. He goes very close to the back of the Brent's car, going for the move at the very ending, but barely touched on the inside wall. It was all in it for Gwen, but ultimately 700th is the gap that will see G1 concede their second consecutive map versus KC. 10-7 the scoreline. They passed finalists as soon as that round is over, which is an even more bitter way to admit defeat in this map.
But a consistent performance there from Kamin Corp, winning them this map. So 10-7, and the scoreline is 2-0 as we go to the next map. A map that I'm looking forward to. It will be Edge. So that is a nice map to see, especially with someone like Bren in the mix, who's having an RPG/trial background, and also 2019 won the Zerator Cup back then with Carl Jr. So he understands the car just so well, and also Gwen can be very fast, but it's time to them for Act. They have to win, and we can also see a tactical timeout here by the looks of it. So some notes being taken, and also to reset the mental there for Gamers First. And there you go. There you can see the trailer from Edge. This map doesn't really have an identity, I would say. Just the whole map
more
theme.
It's more of an overall consistent map theme, and this one is being pulled off brilliantly with still its own little tricks up its sleeve for every one of the players, such as the reverse sector that we are seeing right now, the transfer that we've seen so many people try to take so low that they risk basically hitting the side of the block, which could potentially cost them round wins or even aces. And this is going to be very interesting to see. Also, as you can see, top left, bottom left, from Gwen's perspective, the times were the same. 104.041, which he drove in the middle stage. Can we see a 103, actually? That's a thing I'm kind of wondering here over the course of this map as we're getting underway with round 1.
So if someone can do it, then it is Gwen, but do not count out Bren, who is just insane on those kind of maps, having such a good knowledge about the game. And also, remember that, first finisher of Deep Dip. Yeah, it is Bren. So those streams were just so exciting to watch, but right now he's behind, but drifting on the pipe. That is so hard. It looks so easy, but Bren just like, yeah, okay, you know what, I'm just gonna slide on that one. No problem here at all, but he's still behind Gwen, the world record holder on this map. But Bren coming back with a good inside line, but hitting the triangle there, still able to clear that speed check, but gets a very bumpy trajectory. And this is looking like a Gamers First map, but just when I just think about that, it is Binks with a mistake, so Otak goes back up into second position, and he can lock that one in. So it's at least 1 point for KC, and also a .37.2 from Gren. So good time, and I think that's just a first small taste test for us for what is to come on this map.
A first small taste of what might be to come on the side of G1, but the question is, can they keep this up all the way through this map? They've picked this one for a reason. This is one where they can actually perform extremely well. If they do manage to pick that one, they automatically get to play map 5, which is going to be their pick, Twisted as well, where G1 are also one of the stronger teams outright in terms of pace. So this is very much an important map for G1 to actually get right. Currently, Gwen Binks heading into the jump through the ramp. Wow, Binks, that looked a little bit wonky there, and that's is a case in point there that it was looking a bit wonky. Very heavy landing, and also a clip on the side of Gwen, allowing Brennan Otak to move up into first and second. Binks now trying to mount the challenge versus the Carmine Corp guys for the benefit of second, or maybe even the lead of the race here on this round. Gwen seems to have somewhat messed up the alignment through that jump, but he still made it through somewhat unscathed. I thought he would be hitting the top of the block there, but so far it is still looking like a Karmine Corp round up until this point, where Otak had a very, very bad and slow landing from the transfer. Binks retaking the lead ahead of Bren. Gwen forced to respawn, so it will be top and bottom for G1, who guarantee a draw at the very least to guarantee that their 1-point lead stands. 0.538 courtesy of Binks, and Gwen reaching the finish line despite his various trials and tribulations, especially at the transfer side. It will still be Team Blue in the lead.
Yeah, so many top-bottom positions for Gamers First. One of them always dropping down when the one is performing. So this is something that they have to get rid of. But what better round to do it than do it now? But Otak with a great start. Good apex there as well, accumulating a lot of speed in that sector. And we see Bren with the first respawn of this round. Gwen and Otak are betting it out for first, and Binks is also not too far behind. Important to jump very low there, but it's easier said than done. It's a quite odd angle where you have to land on. So it is not that easy, and you can hear and see players losing speed and just releasing the accelerator. Now the backward section, you can land like that, but you can also lose a lot of speed, and Binks is forced to respawn as well as Gwen. So now all of a sudden it is Bren who could go up to second place even, because Binks also respawned, and well, there you go. It is disaster happening for Gamers First here in this round, because Otak is 8 seconds ahead, Bren is on second place. And guys, that's why the average on this map is 4 seconds behind the world record. Otak with a new PB of 0.30, that is an awesome time, but I kind of wanted to focus on this messy ending here on this map, because Gwen and Binks are 10 and 23 seconds behind. Bren gets second, being 9 seconds behind Otak.
Yeah, plenty of damage being done, and Bren being the first victim of that particular damage. But Binks's numerous failings at the reverse jump section is ultimately what's really kind of did G1 in on that round, and Gwen also not really adding a little bit of fuel to the fire as to her with his also particular blunder at the same section as Binks had. So now we're back on the turntables scenario again, with KC having flipped a 1-point gap to a 2-point lead in their favor on a secondary G1 pick, it must be said, as we're making our way through the first and second sector, through the bridge. Gwen, Bren, Binks in that order, 1, 2, 3. Otak a little bit further behind, trying to go for maybe a bit of a sneak attack further on. Binks having slowed down dramatically just at the exit of the bridge, so Otak is now in contention for third place. Gwen first and second, still standing in those particular positions. Bren trying to make a move for the lead. Gwen with a bit more speed will be coming back at him to retake that lead away from Bren. And now the transfer, probably one of the key turning points here on this track, where a possibility of a move can definitely happen. Gwen being shuffled back down from first to third. Bren, that's so unfortunate, going a bit way too wide. And this could be the salvatory counter.
No!
Ace, no! Binks! It all looked so promising, but a slight misalignment, slightly off to the left-hand side before the final platform, before finally reaching the safe haven of that little footbath section. I say safe haven, but as you see that, it's not as safe of a haven as we might think, because of that entry that can be a bit complicated, but
I think it just cannot happen. I think Gamers First can just not get an ace. It is not possible, but maybe in this round they can make the impossible possible, because this was a free ace for them. They just had it. It was only one straight line, but now it's looking like a prime position, because it is Bren who has made a mistake, but Binks is a little bit further behind. But Bren now 7 seconds as well, having to catch those ones up. I mean, we have seen it. You know, he was second, or there was a second place that was 8 seconds behind first, and that was also in this case Bren. So maybe this is a deja vu round, but so far all players survive here in the top 3. No Gwen with a small mistake though, but not too far away from the others. Oh, but now it is Otak in the respawn, or like just having to respawn, and look at that. There it is. This could be the ace for Gwen and Binks. If not this round, then none of the other rounds should be an ace. So they just have to survive, and it's only one jump into the ending, and it is Binks on first and Gwen on second, regaining control on their second pick. So it can still happen. An ace for Gamers First is still possible.
Ace for Gamers First is still possible, and has been validated over the course of this round. And this is realistically their first attempt in this series at concluding a map that they have chosen. This is their first map point, and it is the most important one here of this series, because as we stated earlier, this will guarantee map 5 will be played no matter what, which is another really solid pick for G1 to try and flip their fortunes again, just like we've seen a few weeks ago during the middle stage. In the meantime, let's head into this round, shall we? Gwen currently having a really solid start, taking the lead into the first sector split. Bren will be going along with him in second place. Binks and Otak third and fourth place right now, following along with respective Binks. You can see Bren and Gwen going toe-to-toe. Gwen forcing himself to lift a little bit to actually land at the very edge of the ramp now to the bridge. Gwen currently falling back down into second place, with Bren having assumed a lead of about 0.2 of a second compared to the nearest G1 member. Following along with Otak, who's at the tail end of the field right now, sitting in P4 just before the reverse booster. Catapulting your way through, back up the order, and it will be Binks going way out wide, trying to carry a lot more speed from the exit. Manages to make it work this time, but yeah, that's an unfortunate clip on the side of Gwen. Doesn't make the transfer, and that is going to be thwarting the opportunity of G1 to actually get an ace here. Bren versus Binks. Can Binks try to snatch away the victory maybe on the individual side? The answer is going to be a no for 23 thousandths of a second. A 0.442 versus a 0.465 on the side of Binks, and it will be meaning that KC have evened out the scales. 8-8, both teams on map points.
Both teams on map point, and a very important one for KC, and an even more important one for Gamers First, because it's their second pick. KC could go into a like decisive last map with their being like having maybe the upper hand because they have picked that map. So let's see how that one goes. The little overtime comes into play, 8-8, because every like victory outcome would result into a team winning the round, or winning the map in this case, as it is Bren again fading the start, being 4 seconds behind, if not even more. So it is Otak who has to win the round and finds himself in the lead, and Gwen also has to do it, but Binks with a mistake, and all of a sudden the table has turned. If Binks cannot clear that speed check, but he can do so, but has no speed this apple here as well. So Bren coming closer, but it's between Gwen and Otak here for that victory, or just the draw. And then we would just go into another round. Gwen has to win this round to give his team the chance of winning their first map in this series, and Otak with a mistake. So also Binks can come closer, and this looks to be the case. Gwen will win the round here, and Binks will be on third. Yes, he will. So Gamers First winning their first map.
Gamers First winning that first map, and they needed to do it, and they did it at the right time, because it really kind of gives them a bit of a lifeline over the course of this series. And yeah, this is definitely one. You can see Binks shaking his head. He's definitely not happy with how he actually felt on this map, as we are about to get started with our next map, which will likely be, it seems like, Tempest, from what I can see.
Yep.
Yeah, Tempest map 4 indeed. We're back on the Carmine Corps pick, who still have the opportunity to basically move on to a 3-1 scoreline and give themselves a 2-map buffer in this series to allow for 2 Joker maps, in a sense, before you feel really under threat with Game 7.
Yeah, so nothing is lost thus far, but also on Tempest, Gamers First looked very solid. We can see PBs of 0.6 from them, but Otak and Bren in the 0.4 ballpark, so those times are great. We have seen Muda driving them consistent, but I mean, that is a different story. And of course, there's 40 days between this event and also the previous one, so players had a
fair bit of
lot of
time.
practice.
Yeah.
So let's go into the first round here on Tempest. Gamers First versus KC. The scoreline is 1-2.
All right, 1-2, round 1 underway. Here we go from the perspective of Bren, getting the whole shot at the first checkpoint with a 0.123. Heading into the first ice slide, going for a secondary apex, so a bit more of a middle apex there through that particular wall ride, particular ice slide, to set yourself up for the wall ride. And so far, it is going to be Binks exiting the first sector into the lead at the split, being swiftly joined by Bren before the first jump spin of the map right here, going very low and very slow on the rotation, just one full 360, controlling the rate at which the car rotates, which is very important to stick the landing very nicely and not to lose too much time in midair. A little bit of a loss of grip from Gwen, which is going to cost him a bit of time. He did not lose it completely, so he did not end up falling into the trough at the very edge of the track. Sector 3 underway. Brent leading ahead of Binks by just 0.005 of a second. They're neck and neck at the split. Otak 3/10 down, heading into the identity with the first of 2 jump spins there. Let's see who goes the lowest. It's Otak, not going for any rotation. This is a signature strat that he's been employing since the middle stage, actually. It has paid well for him. Currently, Brent, his teammate, still holding the lead. Now, the second jump, no ways about it. It's still just a jump spin. Binks will be retaining that second place and preventing an ace going the way of the Carmine Corp, which is still very important for G1. 108.574 on the side of Bren. Otak third. It is still KC in the lead.
Yes, solid time there from Bren. And with that, KC finding themselves in the lead with a victory. And let's go into round number 2. Looking forward, because I think the space from both teams looking like evenly distributed on this map. But of course, it's too early to tell because a mistake can always happen. But let's follow Gwen in this round and see what he can do. He jumps in quite far inside, has to oversee a lot, so he will sacrifice a little bit of speed and finds himself in last position right now. But still is in the round. He lost to Giri in the previous round, so he didn't get the best exit there. But it looks like this time he has it around, going so close there to the post there, but he wasn't touching it. Now Bing struggling as well to find the good line before the ice section, so it's Otak and Bren and Gwen fighting it out. Gwen with a good entry into that backward section just before the identity. Gwen finds as well the lead. Bings will have a lot of speed, can overtake Otak here, who did not have the best entry there, but Otak again going for his line, and also we see a plastic bounce from Bings jumping further up. So now it's between Gwen and Bren for that first position, but Gwen has it. Bren hit the slow-mo, and Bings can also overtake him here. So it is a victory instead for Gamers First. The scoreline is equalized. What a messy ending there.
Yeah, messy ending, and the unfortunate misjudgment of the height on the side of Bren, just barely clipping at the very edge of the trigger for the slow-mo block, which just peeks out at the bottom slot, which is why you have to be very wary of your height there. And the setups for those two jump spins are both radically different, because you have a somewhat shallow entry angle because of the speed. You're around 280 to 85 on the first jump spin, whereas the second jump spin gets the booster, you're clocking in at 320, so you have to turn in more aggressively and a lot earlier for that second jump spin, and also play a little bit on and off the throttle to actually manage your height for that second jump spin. In the meantime, for Sector done, it will be Gwen, Binks, and Bren regrouped within each other's goals pretty much. 21 thousandths between first and third. Great ice slide on the side of Bren. A little bit of a wide exit that's going to be penalizing Gwen in the meantime. He's going to be falling back down to P4, allowing Otak to move up into third place. Bren, Binks, first and second right now, completely swapping places through the start of Sector 3, through that long ice slide. It will be Binks leading at the splits, but watch out here for the start of the trigger. A little bit of wheel spin on this part of Gwen, which is not really going to help his cause. Again, Otak with his no spin line. Binks managing to stick the spin quite nicely there. Otak and Bren still in hot pursuit, about a tenth and a half behind, and Binks goes way too low, forced to respawn, and that has just given the upper hand to the Carmine Corp. 0.517, a tenth and a half ahead of his teammate for Otak, and that is one very, very costly round for G1.
Yeah, also due to that mistake from Binks, just allowing KC to get that ace. So they're jumping a tremendous step closer towards that 10-point margin there. But we still have a couple of rounds to play for. They still need to at least play 2 rounds and at least need to get 2 victories or an ace and then 1 point in the next round in order to win their third map to their name. But look at that start from Binks, looking strong, being quite comfortably ahead of Otak. And then we have Bren on third, Gwen on fourth, but still having a good chunk of speed here to work with just before the ice side, getting that fourth gear. And you want to get that one here across and just not lose your gear in an awkward position. You're losing it over the ice, but you not really want to like let your car snap out in an awkward way in that way. But look at that round. It is so close between all of those players. Otak and Bren are facing a bit of a better round ending entry here, because they were a bit ahead, but it's not really that important because Binks and Gwen are just coming closer. This is so close between them. It is only a couple of thousands between them. Binks doesn't have the best amount of speed, and it's another ace for KC. But look at that here. What a good round. A 0.49 winning time from Bren as well is definitely very fast, and KC only needed 1 point to secure their third map win.
This is basically their best position ever. A 6-point lead. They got 2 aces worth of points in the bag, so they can actually see the G1 boys coming and try to somewhat adapt their playstyle to prevent aces from happening. So far, Brent getting a really, really solid start. This is probably the last map of it all for Carmine Corp, as long as they can keep someone at the very least in second place individually, because the point for second place would be enough to validate that spot in the upper bracket final in their group.
Not yet.
For the Carmine Corp right now, it is going to be Bren leading, but Otak at the very end of the field losing the ice slide completely, not even having inscribed his car into the corner, so it's all all down to Bren to keep it home into the top 2. Binks continuing to try and chase him down. 1/10.5 down, about 2/10 down then on the side of Gwen compared to his teammates. Heading into the final sector, the identity coming up. It is Brent Binks still in that order. A quarter of a second of a gap between these two. This time we go as low as we can. We are going for broke on the side of G1. Absolutely nothing to lose. It's all on the line, but it looks as though it's too little too late. It was so close to hitting the trigger of the slow-mo again for Brent, but with that first place, with a .607, the Carmine Corp take map 3. Actually, you're right to correct me on that, but yeah, 4-10 to this particular map, and 10, of course, in favor of the Carmine Corp. We move on to map 5 with Twisted, and this is basically all or nothing right now for G1, and this is probably their best card that they have to play just yet.
Yeah, they have to make it happen there. I can see Gwen just going on full Paco mode and just seeing a .9 or .8 checkpoint there, where everyone is like, okay, how does he do that? But there you go. We're gonna go to Twisted, my favorite map actually, alongside with GeForce. I'm not sure about you. What is your favorite map actually?
For me, I have a particular affection for Twisted because it's I really love the style of the track, and also being a motorsport fan, as I've nicknamed it the map of 1,000 corners, which is the nickname we give to we give to the Tour de Corse, the Corsican Rally, which is which used to be a round of the French World Rally, used to be the French round of the World Rally Championship rather, where it is an incredibly tight and twisty set of stages with just hairpins end on end, very narrow tight roads where you have to know those roads like the back of your hand in order to be competitive. And Twisted does have the kind of same vibe rating off of it. I don't know about you, but it definitely has that kind of vibe for me.
Yeah, it definitely has it. It's a lot of tight turns and like the ending. Just you have so many small adjustments that you have to do in those turns itself. Also on the speed side, you know you have to hold it. And if you play with keyboards, for example, Binks is playing with a keyboard, you just have to tap or just hold an action key if you utilize them. But let's start here after a small pause there with that first round and also the beautiful intro there on Twisted. And let's see who can take that. KC only in need of one more map victory to seal the deal and make it into the upper bracket final where they will play against Alliance. So they are waiting for them there. But let's focus firstly on the round, because Gwen and Binks, as you say, they have to play on that card, and it's also their map pick because they were the higher seed. But the higher seed is always the blue team, and they're always picking the odd maps in that way. So Bren and Oltag, however, are on their way to win that round here. Bren so far ahead, actually. That looks really good. Also used to play a lot of tech competitions back then, but this wasn't the cleanest of trajectories for Bren, losing a lot of time just before that second full speed section of the map. As we go into the identity, we see Bren with another no, it is his teammate Oltag with another mistake, and also here hitting the wall there. So it will be Gwen and Binks not getting the victory because Oltag will overtake so many mistakes in the ending. Good winning time though, but another draw to start things off.
Well, every single Apex has been clipped, but not in the right way, not in the way you might think. This is the wrong kind of Apex clipping that we tend to avoid talking about here, which tends to lose tenths of a second here and there, left, right, and center, and that has come at a pretty costly ending for both KC and G1, because KC were looking extremely strong at the start and at the middle sector of this particular map. Ultimately, it all fell apart at the start of the third and final sector with that triple Apex right-hander where we had a little bit of a wonky transition on the side of Brent, which sent him back in the field. In the meantime, through that round, through the middle sector we go. It's Binks currently assuming the lead ahead of Brent, and Gwen in third place. So far so good, but Brent managing to keep the car a little bit tighter towards the Apex, a bit closer to the inside wall, thus allowing himself to continue going toe-to-toe with Binks for the lead of the race. A little bit of an early landing though on the side of Brent, which is going to be penalizing him, not carrying as much speed to the triple Apex right as Gwen is able to do so. And now it's going to be a tough fight between Bren and Gwen, first and second and third right now, currently being decided. Binks still having a little bit of leeway to work with. Not anymore, as Bren has managed to make the gap back down to just a few thousandths of a second. One final corner to go. Can we avoid the hit of the wall? It's not the case for Binks, gifting the win to Bren individually, but the win overall has not been given to any team. .702 on the side of Bren. What a time. A tenth and a half away from the record from Paco, but top to bottom and then side to side for both teams. 2-2 at the end of round 2.
I hope the pace will continue like that and we will have draws, because it's just so nice to see those teams playing against each other, even though those small individual mistakes happen. But you know why they happen? Because they have to push so much, because the level is just insane on this map from both teams. However, we see Oltag now with a small first blunder. We talk about just a couple of micro inputs that were not going into his way. just taking a bit of a different line, but three mistakes in that corner. I thought for a second that Bren also touched the wall. So Gwen, Otak and Binks all hitting the inside there, and it is Bren now left alone in the lead, who's also on a solid time here, and Otak can capitalize from that line from Binks there. And look at that, it's a .42.8, so still a solid time that Bren can do. A 104 low, we're looking at maybe a .25 or something like that. And he still needs to survive the ending though, as Binks also tailors himself nicely through those twisted turns in the end. Oh, but Otak with a mistake, and that is even a .03. So that was a very good identity from Bren there, according to his checkpoint. Because it was a .4, so he gained a lot of time there.
Yeah, gained a lot of time on there indeed, and yeah, very unfortunate final corner for Otak. Because of that negative camber setup that you have for the corner preceding it, you are prone to getting a little bit too much airtime compared to what happened. Yeah, indeed, a no slide for Bren that kind of penalized him at the very, very first chicane and the very first tight corner sequence here on this particular map. But yeah, that airtime from Otak has really cost him dearly and prevented the victory from being locked in on the side of Carmine Cup, which would allow him to take the lead. In the meantime, entering Sector 2 here on this round. Gwen, Otak, Binks. 1, 2, 3 in this order. Can Binks try to snipe a few places away from Otak? Trying to carry a little bit more speed, carry a little bit closer towards the inside the car. Managing to get it perfectly inscribed into the corner. But so far it's still advantage to Otak. Holding onto that second position as hard as he can to bring at least 1 point home on the start of KC. But now he's looking to be under real threat as the triple apex right-hander was heavily in favor of Binks. It's still going neck and neck between these two for the last place on the top two, but Gwen barely hitting on the inside apex of the first hairpin at the start of the final snake run. Binks inheriting the lead just ahead of Otak because of the tries and trail issues from Gwen. Can Otak try to snipe him to the line? The answer is a no for 22 thousandths. .021 versus a .043, and it will be G1 taking the lead 5-4. They needed it the most to take this lead, but it's not as clear-cut as we may have thought it was.
What a match that is here. Oh, it's heating up there. Binks getting third, only .13 away from the first position, even though he hit the wall. That is crazy to see. So what a close round that was, but it could have been so much more. Another .0 checkpoint we have seen there just before the identity. Paco had a .9 checkpoint just as a resemblance, but also a very clean identity to work with. And look at that apex there from Gwen. Beautiful execution. Also a great setup there, going with a neo side to the right to just maximize the speed outcome there. So he finds himself in the lead, and that was just so good here from the Ascension champion, just taking home 60,000 euro of prize pool there just a couple of weeks ago. So Gwen in the lead, clipping there a little bit. It's a .88 checkpoint. So I was talking about a .9 as world record. He clipped a little bit, so I think he lost a bit of speed, but I think Gwen could be on a new world record if he gets the flick like Paco did here in his run. But no, Gwen decides to go into the wall, and it's the counter ace for KC from hero to 0 for Gwen here. This was an insane time, but it wasn't enough. Gwen with a .8 checkpoint, and that's what I mean. The .8 checkpoint is there, and no one knows how he does it. Well, or as the Frenchies say, bon.
Bon. Yeah, that's so unfortunate. It looked so promising for Gwen. He was cooking as best as he could, but in the end, it ended up to be way too overcooked. With just a few corners left to go on this round, and now this is the point of no return for G1. We have Carmine Corp on match point. The point that would see them validate their spot in the upper bracket finals in their group versus the Alliance for realsies this time. As we make our way through the second sector, it's Otak assuming the lead, although his teammate Bren has come out the worst for wear. Currently sitting about a second down compared to his teammate and way far of any kind of impactful position versus G1. Currently Binks continuing to go neck and neck and wheel to wheel versus Otak. Gwen a little bit further removed from that battle. .082, still quite a speedy checkpoint just before the start of Sector 3 right there. Now Binks Otak going wheel to wheel through the identity. Otak still continuing to retain the advantage. Just a few corners left to go to try and salvage a draw from this situation that Bren has left him into. And a huge airtime on the side of Gwen, avoiding the hit of the wall. But what a time from Otak, a .735 from a .0 checkpoint at the start of Sector 3. It is a draw, but what a time from Otak. C'est magnifique ce qui vient de se passer.
This might be the map of the day that we're witnessing here. I mean, it can only get better if it will be a draw and then we go into overtime. But we see Gwen with some issues here, so he will not continue the round by the looks of it. So unfortunate to him, maybe he had to change his grip. But there you go. I hope it will not be decided by that, because KC is on match point. If they get first and third, this is over. So Bings has to get first place in order to force a last decisive round. It could be 9-7 after that. But for that, Bings has to be on first place. And right now, he is just doing that. He finds himself in that battle with Otak here. It is Brand being 0.2 away, but Bings with a very good line. Now the side ram has to nail, and yes, it does. Assumable checkpoint again, Gwen with the respawn, but it doesn't matter. He needs to rely on his teammate to win that round, else this match is over and KC will take the upper seed. Bings with a good two-wheeler there, will not touch, doesn't have the best approach, will slow down a lot. Otak with more speed, but it's not enough here throughout this turn. He hesitated a bit too much, but we go to a last round on Twisted.
We go on one last round on Twisted.
One last dance.
One last dance, and yeah, the performance from Binks kind of saved the bacon there for G1, because yeah, I was seeing, of course, Alpha Dream, the coach from G1, having a little bit of a hand signal moment, trying to signal to the organizers that there was some technical issue that is hampering Gwen indeed, and we are going to be heading into a technical pause, just waiting for G1 to suss those things out and make sure we get back on the way.
Yeah, we have seen it there, the small pause there from Gwen after his mistake, so that is kind of what we are resolving right now, and also gives the players a little bit of a breather to work with, so that's what we're going to figure out. But the rulebook says if you start the round and you just have some disconnect or an error in there, the round will continue.
The round goes on.
I think of it like 5 seconds, but that's from competition to competition different. But we have a pause to figure those things out. But wow, what a great map we're seeing there, Tom.
Yeah, Twisted living up to a reputation that I really, really hold dearly. I said map of 1,000 corners, it really delivers in terms of like the tightness of the rounds that we've witnessed so far. And also like some of the times that we witnessed, 0.7 being driven by Otak with an absolutely insane final sector coming in from a 45.0 checkpoint just before the start of the final sector with the Identity Snake run. And yeah, I mean, I know the record from Paco isn't going to be an
easy task. Yeah,
it's going to be an easy task and not threatened just yet. But there might be some concern from the Hungarian for BPP that the record might not stand after all, because I can somewhat see that record at the very least being equaled or going very close to by the end of the weekend.
So what Paco had in his run was the small flick. He went so wide and then had a really good entry into the last part of the Twisted Identity. We have seen Binks kind of having issues with that, but that is something that he had really out, and that's something that maybe Gwen can do, but he can also just beat that with a 0.7 checkpoint, who knows. But guys, before we continue, a quick shout out to our sponsors, again, to AMD, to Alienware and Caparel, who are just contributed to the World Championship. So thank you very much for that, and also make sure to check out the Twitter from Alienware, because there's a giveaway ongoing at the moment.
Indeed, there's a giveaway where you can win some beautiful prizes indeed, and you should check it out whenever you get the time to do so. In the meantime, it looks as though there is some movement happening on the side of the G1 contingent. Looks like we might be on the way for a resolve before we get the game back underway with that final round. And it's a very interesting predicament, because it is a 9-7 scenarios. Basically, KC only need that second place for that final map win that they need. For G1, checkers or wreckers, ace or bust. They need to pull the ace out of thin air if they want to keep the show on running for at least one more map, which would be map 6, back onto a Carmine Corp of all maps, which could prove to be either a blessing or a curse.
Yeah, or a curse. But gamers first, they have to act, else they will be down into the lower brackets. They play against the loser of the Alliance versus big match, which was big. But also, this match was very close. We had a close fight going on there, and also here we see the level. And guys, it is resuming. We have one last dance. Gamers first versus KC. Tom, take it over.
All right, one final round. Top 2 is all KC needs to validate their spot in the upper bracket final of Group B versus Alliance. It's all down to that one single 63 to 64 second round. It's all kicking off with Gwen and Binks taking the lead into the start of the full speed section, marking the end of the first sector. Through the wall right we go. It will be 8 to 9 thousandths of a second separating the tandem, and you can see a rift between top 2 and bottom 2, and now KC have got their work cut out for them up until this point where Gwen barely grazes the inside wall at the hairpin before the first snake run, and now it's looking like a really, really grim situation. Binks does hold the lead, but his teammate is down in the doldrums in last place, around 3 to 4 more tents down on the nearest Karmine Corp contender. This is not looking any good so far for the chances of G1. Is it going to be too little, too late, or are we going to be witnessing blunders on the side of the red team? Only one way to find out the identity, the final snake run. Gwen coming back at Otak for the challenge at third place, going a little bit two wheel and touching on the wall on the inside. And ladies and gentlemen, with a score of 10-8, it will be the Karmine Corp winning this match 4-1 and validating their spot in the upper bracket final. And yeah, Bren and Otak falling in each other's arms. Really proud of their performance, but you can see, yeah, Alpha Dream also coming in as well. Like,
But also the sportsmanship
just to give you the amount of sportsmanship that just flows through the entire field here in this Trackmania World Championship. And yeah, G1 are going to be having a few pain points to work on if they want to put on a solid showing for tomorrow.
Definitely not on Twisted. Maybe a little bit of the consistency and just trying to just calm down a bit. If you have a 0.8 checkpoint, you don't have to overcook it that
Maybe
much.
a little bit too antsy, yeah.
Yeah, but I think this this bracket in general follows a certain pattern, because both matches in Group B were 4-1s. I mean, like that just mirrored.
I see what you mean.
The lower seed has beaten the upper seed. So it is Karmine Corp versus Alliance tomorrow at 5:30, and then we have Big versus Gamers First as the last match, the lower final at 8:30 p.m. CET. For Group A, Solary will play against ITB as the first match, and then it will be Wild versus Split as the lower final. To give you guys an idea, there will be a single elimination bracket happening after that. The lower final losers of that one will take 7th, 8th position, and with that, €500 home. And the loser of the or the winner of that will go then play against the second, or against the Okay, I want to get that across.
Yeah,
okay,
don't worry.
So the winner of the lower bracket final will play against the loser of the other groups.
Yeah, exactly. So essentially, basically, we're going to.
I hope it made sense.
Basically, upper finals, we're determining who finishes seed 1 and seed 2 of each group, and for the lower finals, we're determining seed 3. Basically, seed 1 get directly placed into the semifinals, whereas if we take a look at the final playoffs bracket, it will be seed 2 and seed 3 from either group that will actually be playing off against each other. So you can see the TBD ones in the semifinal denote the seed 1s from either group, and then on the quarterfinal 1 and 2, it will be C2 and C3 from both Group A and Group B as well. So yeah, plenty of matches still to go and plenty of excitement still to come here over the course of this weekend here in Montpellier.
Yeah, so guys, we will be back tomorrow with our first matches. So thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the cast, and we will see you tomorrow.
Planning of the day again wants to do a final rundown. 4 p.m. CET, the start of the action with the upper final of Group A, followed by Group B at 5:30 p.m. CET. Then Group A lower final at 7 p.m. at 8:30 p.m. A lot of action once again tomorrow to continue the journey that is the 2023 Trackmania World Championship. That's it from us here in Montpellier. I've been Thomas Mangozi, aka Geek. This has been Kai Ludwig, aka Luckers Turbo. Thank you very much for watching. Much love, be kind, stay safe, and see you tomorrow. Godspeed, people.
Run it up. Run it up.